conveniently waited for us while I was setting up, because every time I turn up there's always something taking off. So there we go, just to give you an idea. And managed to catch this one. There was a KC-135 that just landed as well. So welcome to the Tectonic Beat channel. I hope you're all good, feeling well, feeling good, and I hope you all had a wonderful weekend as well. Oh, here we go. Easterly winds again this week. This is the Mc-130J Commando 2. Oh yeah, not your usual C-130. That's right, it's time to get heavy on the levee. Here we go. Love that. Start, is it? Graceful, isn't it? A timeless shape of the C-130 range, and this variant is the Special Forces, Special Operations Group, sorry. Special Ops of the 352nd Special Operations Wing. Beautiful. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? A very good morning, and I hope you all had a marvellous weekend. We've got some punchy winds again from the east, so bringing that bit of chill to the week. So we expect runways 10 and you know, easterly orientated runway headings this week. So if you are about, look out for that. Be pretty good at Coningsby with runway 05 and Marham Coningsby 07 and Marham 05. Nice. Right, just give me 1 second. just going to have a go at Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition. Oh dear. Right. So what did you get up to this weekend, ladies, gents and teddy bears? I'll give you our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, who has lots to tell you, I'm sure. Here he is. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. What did you get up to this weekend? Well, I can tell you that Ted has had an absolutely amazing weekend. Now, what started off on the Saturday being part of the remembrance, it was 80 years on Saturday, which was the 5th of April. And it happened 80 years ago, 1945. The B-17 Miss Ida sadly crashed just literally as she rotated on takeoff, having engine troubles, and sadly 9 of the 10 crew perished of the B-17. She was fully loaded and fully fueled, the 748th. I'm just actually going to check the squadron actually. Ted, what squadron was it? Just to double check, because obviously I think it was 748. I'll just double check the squadron actually, don't want to get that wrong. But the bomb group, it's the 457th bomb group, and they were based at Station 130, which was former RAF Glatton. And although built to serve as a Royal Air Force station, she served as a United States Army Air Force base. And today, though, fortunately, to the history that we do lose of any form of evidence, ladies and gents, teddy bears, Connington's one of those bases that is still in use today flying, which for me, that is a wonderful thing. The aircrafts that are there, there's the Wacky Wabbit there now, and lots of other light aircraft that are based there. And it was nice to have the airfield still in use for flying. I think that's brilliant. So yeah, we went to a memorial for the for Miss Ida, who was part of the 457th bomb group, who went straight into the battlefield and sadly crashed. Just behind me, when they're using ILS 05, we will get this all day happily. Wow. So Ted and I went to the memorial and service and to remember those and the crew that lost their lives. Miss Ida 80 years ago on Saturday. And around the village of Connington, Glatton, you'll find lots of nice memorials to the base as well that was once Station 130, the iconic water tower that's there, similar tower to this, except more of a, I'd say more of a rectangular design, but the iconic water tower. The lovely village sign is that's been made with metal for Conington. And then of course we finished off heading for the station that once was Station 130, which is Conington Airfield, and to our surprise, Wacky Rabbit, I believe, is now based there. And to our absolute joy, we met a good friend of ours, Donny, who's part of the Wacky Rabbit team. Now that's a T6 Harvard, and with no bother, just literally cool, literally with not even a thought, Donny was like, let's get Ted flying. And just like that, Ted was handed over to the wonderful skilled pilot Dave Petters, who took Ted on a 20-minute flight in Wacky Rabbit, which is Ted's first flight of the year. And the Wacky Rabbit's got some lovely history, and you can get yourself some flying experience as well. I put a link, and you can come and have a look at the team. We put in so much time. So the video today was Ted's flight. It's been a long time coming. The Brize Bingo cards are ready for download now. You can go on our website, tedconingsby.co.uk, and there is a Mildenhall edition as well. I've made 6 various cards for Mildenhall and Brize Norton, ladies, gents and teddy bears, so have some fun. I'm not sure if the link's been put out already. I'm sure one of the Spanner flight will probably get that on there. If not, there might beat me to it. If not, I'll pop it on in just a second. You can click them and download it at your leisure. They're free to download for a bit of fun. There are 6, like I said, 6 various cards. Simple rules: aircraft have to be flying. All right, so this doesn't count as a CV-22 on your bingo. That's all we ask. It's just the aircraft on there have to be airborne, whether landing or hovering, you know, just something off the ground. And if it's on the screen, it counts as seen. So a very good morning, everyone. I hope we're all good, and hope everyone's feeling well and had a good weekend. So that was Ted's adventures yesterday. So Ted's now on 19 hours of flight time, which is absolutely incredible. So Ted's got 19 hours to his name. So a good start to the morning with a Mc-130J. We are at Lakenheath tomorrow. Don't worry about that. Don't get too withdrawn. We're doing the Friday show as well. So, here we go. What we're going to get today then. Welcome to the show. My name's Nick Hoss. I'm your cameraman and commentator. Hope you're all good and feeling well. A good start to the morning with an Mc-130J. Nice 2-ship F-15s using the ILS. Or at least on initial. Absolutely wonderful, that. very good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day to everyone that's tuned in. So yeah, welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and United States Air Force in Europe base, USAF, part of the 3rd Air Force. HQ is out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and I hope you're all having a good time and had a great weekend. So who do we have here and what do they do? Well, okay, we'll do things a little bit differently, although it is home to what's called Team Mildenhall. Would it be rude not to get that off the feed? Okay, cool. Oh, F-35 actually. Oh, like a PFO from that angle. So yeah, we've got the neighbours not far away. So Team Mildenhall is made up of a few wings. We've got the 352nd Special Operations Wing and the 752nd Special Operations Group are the flying component, and between them the 7th Special Operations Squadron, they fly this, the CV-22 Osprey. Now they've all got their covers on, so that's not very good, is it? What else we got here? This one. Oh, hello, some people there. Some crew on that, I think. Or is that just deception? Anyway, so covers are off that one. Also, part of the 752nd was the 67th Special Operations Squadron, who fly the Mc-130J Commando too. They are the bad boys and bad girls of the base. We've also got a little bit of 55th wing here as well, the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron. They fly various OF, that's Oscar Foxtrot, tailed RC-135 variants, such as the Rivet Joint, for example. Of course, very shortly I'll show you the 100th Air Refeuling wings. KC-135 Strato tankers. In sight actually, so I'll show you. Just one just over there. Now they will feature the Square D. That is their legacy. The lineage stems back to the 100th bomb group, hence the Square D. Flying those on the B-17s from Thor Babbitt Station 139. The United States Army Air Forces had station numbers for their bases. So the Square D that's at RAF Mildenhall is the only flying operational World War II tail marking still in use today, but in use operationally, not for ceremonial purposes. The tail markings for each bomb group or lineage of certain wings, for example, because not all wings started life out as wings. Of course, the 100th were a bomb group. They were actually a group, such as Lakenheath as well, their 48th. They didn't get wing status until 1952. Marking systems were already in place from other air forces, such as the French Air Force, already having a roundel system, and that dates back to all the way back to the First World War, and of course that was where it was developed for the RAF's roundel. That was the story behind it, as simple as that. It's the French roundel but reversed in colours. They did originally have the Union flag on aircraft of the Royal Flying Corps at the time. That was pre 1918, April the 1st. But they felt that it was quite hard to identify. So yes, believe it or not, under the wings at one point with the Royal Flying Corps, Royal Air Force, they did use flags of oi oi, how you doing? Oi oi. They did use flags, but of course they weren't able to quickly identify, so that system really didn't last that long, which is why you can see some biplanes that feature that. So the marking system was already in place, ladies, gents and teddy bears, with the Royal Air Force having a marking system for their squadrons. Of course, the Luftwaffe had their own with certain shapes as well, like chevron. Tail codes were put into effect. In fact, actually, my notes are down there. There you go, look. December 1942, squadron codes were put into effect. And look at the way it's derived. Look at the way the organisation. Don't forget, America wasn't, involved in the First World War until that day on the 7th of December 1941. The attacks on Pearl Harbor changed things, and the whole, the scale changed. These are you've got a bomb wing. So it starts off with an air division, then you've got your bomb wing, and then you've got your bomb groups. Amazing, isn't it? And each bomb group had 4 squadrons. And each bomb group had a designated fighter wing to protect them. So 3rd Air Division, the 13th Bomb Wing, looking after them for the 8th Air Force with the 64th Fighter Wing. Look at my little notes there. Look at them. June 1943, group letters and division shapes were introduced. Spring 43, the coloured stabilisers. That was for the 2nd Air Division. Winter 1944, no more paint, saving pounds and cost. Yeah, this is a typical Nikos notes system. So it was, they did organise. It was into an organised structure, and like I said, fighter groups, by the way, would have their own system where there was only 3 fighter squadrons in each group. Okay, so the 48th fighter group, although they before they went into the theatre of war for the Second World War, they had 4 squadrons, which is why I believe they moved the 495th to the 88th. Or the 407th, sorry. They moved them to another bomb group. They were called the 88th at one point. They changed the name, but they moved to the 407th. But they actually disbanded. They became inactive in 1944, which is why they didn't make it to Europe as well. So that's yeah, that's that. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. So amazing, isn't it? So you're probably thinking, what's the story with still having the Square D? Well, the thing is, when the 100th, of course, as you know, they've changed role now. They're not a bomb wing now. They're air refueling wing. When they arrived here in the early 90s, in 1992, they're only what, 20 miles away from their original base. And that's the story behind why they still fly the Square D. Now, the nose art that were featured on the B-17s are still in existence today. They actually have the nose art on their KC-135. The only squadron, because I mentioned there were 4 squadrons in the bomb groups. So bomb groups had 4 squadrons, fighter groups had 3. The squadron that's actually flying the KC-135 is the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron, and they were based at Thorpe Abbotts, the 351st, as of course a bombardment squadron. It's amazing when you have a lineage like that and still fly that legacy today, to remember the bloody 100th. They got their nickname not because of the highest losses in total, it was the amount of losses in any one mission. One such raid, the Munster mission, started off with 18 B-17s, 5 went tech and didn't make it onto the raid, and of the 13 that made the raid, only Rosenthal's B-17 came back. I'd say it's about 30 miles. I've just had a little look. It's 30 miles away from Thorpe Abbotts. Lakey, you've given us a little teaser of what's to come tomorrow. So, dubbed as the gas station of the skies. And don't forget, when you see a tanker go up from Mildenhall, they do refuel both RAF and of course United States aircraft and other NATO aircraft as well. Sometimes with aircraft, you know, you don't, when they start turning into silhouettes, sometimes you can't tell if they're coming towards you or going away from you, right? Do you ever get that? I love that. chilled vibes at Mildenhall. It really is a nice place just to chill and see what variety you'll get on the day. And let us know in the comments if you are if you're playing our Mildenhall Bingo. Let us know how you're getting on. We've got a couple of visiting aircraft that are about. We've got the KC-146 Pegasus over there. I think we've got a C-130 somewhere. No. Hey, that's not a C-130. Is that a Spartan? A C-27? What else we got here? We've got another KC-135. Again, if they're over here, it's most likely they're not the 100th aircraft or Mildenhall's aircraft. 3 visitors. Thanks a lot, Perry. C-295 Spanish Air Force. Arrived yesterday. Nice. Nice to hear all the birds tweeting, isn't it? It's lovely. Such a lovely vibe here. And Mildenhall, used to be one of the largest bomber stations of World War II. I mean, look how vast it is. Beautiful, isn't it? Circuits over the road. Big shout out to Pete at ATC of Conington Airfield. So we've had one departure here at Mildenhall, the 67th Special Ops Mc-130J Commando 2 departure, our first movement as soon as we rolled out. The Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. How are we all doing? Oh, who's playing bingo? Who's playing the Mildenhall bingo? Hope you're all good and enjoying it. So I think you can tick off the square D. You can tick off the F-35 or F-15 if you got it. And then C-130J Commando 2. I've numbered them, when you download it, I've numbered them cards 1 to 6 for each Brize Norton and Mildenhall if you want to play the game. You get a line horizontally or vertically, no diagonal, but you can certainly get a full house if you can. Wouldn't that be cool? all for a bit of fun, isn't it? So the history of Mildenhall, as we mentioned before, dates back all the way, believe it or not, to the 16th of October 1934. Absolutely amazing. And the elevation currently is at 15 feet, by the way. Originally had 3 concrete runways. Based here during World War II. Squadrons such as 149, 419, 115, 15 Squadron, 622 Squadron. Also became a place for the film industry, for Harry Watts's film Target for Tonight. It was made here during 1941 by Crown Film Unit, featuring the Wellingtons and crews of 149 Squadron. Of course, pre-World War II we had the Hayfords as well, 38 Squadron. Sorry, 83 Squadron. Also we had 99B Squadron as well, who are at Brize Norton, flying the C-17. At 149 Squadron. They were here with their Sterling bombers. Bit of a press photo shoot after returning from the first raid by the British bombers on Berlin. That was on the 25th and 26th of August 1940. Dates back to a lot of history here, like I said, all the way back to 1934, before the Second World War began. Do you know, I finally remembered to get this, right? I finally remembered to get this book and show it to you. Look at this, it's such a wingy book. You know that old book smell? Hang on one sec, it was, I think it was early 60, yeah, 1961. Look at this. It is such a cool book, such a wingy book, and it smells delicious. You know that old book smell. It's such a lovely smell, and this book is absolutely classic. It really is such a a classic book. I'll tell you what, it's got some fun traditions in here. I'll tell you what, let me find one for you. And you know, when I mentioned about 29 Squadron, let's have a look. It literally is, from what it says here, they're just shapes. They're not Roman numeral, according to this book. So squadron markings, you know, so let me just show you this. Let me show you. Look at those. So, as I mentioned before, look at the shapes, you know, and this is just my theory, and this book agrees with me, and this was written in the 60s, and it's such a wingy book. What are you doing with my book? Yeah, all right, wingy, hang on, calm down. And you know, and it's got here the practice of marking aircraft with distinctive insignia, in addition to the the traditional national markings, which had now been established, came into practice on the 23rd of April 1916. So as early as 1916, national markings had been put in place. So even with the Union flag being put on, just to identify from friend or foe. Now the thing is, when travelling at high speeds, or at least for the biplane, you know, and those troops on the ground, they did take on a attitude of, is it friend, is it foe, shoot it down, we'll find out later. And there is a bit of truth in that. And you know, it was applied to aircraft such as the BE-2C Squadron, the aircraft of the BE-2C squadrons, but later extended to include other types. Now the distinctive marks were painted in black on top, bottom and both sides of the fuselage, and provided pilots with a code enabling them to distinguish aircraft of the individual squadrons as well. So this also helped, and this was understood by the 8th Air Force to devise a way to get into formation, because formation was key. To be in formation with your fellow bomb groups. It was why they had the square, the triangle and the circle. All right, so if you want to know, there were 3 shapes of the Air Force, of the mighty 8th. Now the triangle was the 1st Air Division, circle, usually on B-24s, was for the 2nd Air Division, and the square, 3rd Air Division. So now you know that the 100th Bomb Group were part of the 3rd Air Division. There you go. Interestingly, they are now today part of the 3rd Air Force. So the pattern of the markings was laid out by the Royal Flying Corps headquarters, but how they arrived, according to this book, it says it's little obscure. It is clear, however, that they were based on geometrical figures which are developed between the wars by the addition of embellishments and individual artistry to produce the colourful and sometimes bizarre markings, which ultimately appeared and are to be seen proudly displayed on the aircraft of fighter squadrons, and even today this still carries on. The early traditional markings were taken over by the Royal Air Force on its formation, but just prior to that, on the 22nd of March 1918, an order was actually issued discontinuing their use on all except single-seater fighters, a custom which has remained peculiar to fighter aircraft ever since. Now, it was evident that by the beginning of World War II, that the continued use of squadron markings would provide a useful source of information to enemy intelligence. So this is why they are not random, but quite hard to work out. You don't really want the intelligence side of your enemy working out, well, what squadron's this, what squadron's that, let's make it easy. So putting your squadron number probably wasn't a good idea, which is why they didn't do that. So not only did they give away the location of a particular squadron, but they also revealed the type of aircraft which it was equipped. So, you know, again, actually understanding which squadron, where it is, what they use, again, very useful for intelligence. So the distinguished designs disappeared, and their place was taken by an alphabetical code to be used on aircraft of every type throughout various commands. So although each squadron allocated its own group of letters to be painted on the aircraft, in some of the squadrons, it was quite common to see one of the aircraft with different code letters to others. So, you know, it goes on, and also this is such a lovely wiggy book, isn't it? And we've got this as well. Look at all these shapes, see? Pretty cool, isn't it? So this is quite an interesting read, and I'll tell you what, it's got some very interesting stories on it. That is a nice car, I would certainly like to drive that. And yeah, it's got some very interesting stories of the Royal Flying Corps designs for their squadron badges and things like that. Very, very interesting mottos. Some are very colourful. So there we go, a very interesting book that. So that's the Customs and Traditions of the Royal Air Force written by Squadron Leader P.G. Herring. And it's a classic, look at it. And it smells divine. It's got that old book smell, and I love it. Another one for the Ted Coningsby Museum. Steve Morris watching from the caravan at the Willows with Peter and Steve. Paul Mayers, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Alan Burden, Margot Baxter, Claire Bear, Jenny B, Richard Gray Evans, Argan, Alex Raven, Margot, Argan, Christine Barnes, Captain A, oi oi to all of you. Tim Miller watching from Kentucky. Gucci Man, oi oi, not Captain Weber. Jeff Hughes, Paul Mayers, Davey, how you doing, man? Kevin L, hello from Kentucky, from Florida. Nice, that was a nice little greeting from one state to another. Kevin L, I love that, very good. Not Kevin Loomis by any chance? Anyway, moving on. Chris Peacock, Neil NG Auto Art, Steve Evans, Jenny B, Blue Steel 64, oi oi, Stephen Parkin. We're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So we're just gonna see what we're gonna get, literally. So I hope we are on for a lovely week. See what we're gonna get. It looks sunny all week as well. Dave Holloway, Dave Patch Hodges, oi oi to you. Russell Moore, oi oi. Yeah, what I'll do, let me just go and grab a quick cuppa. Listen to that. Is that a curlew? I can hear a curlew actually. A very distinctive sound. But the CV-22 Ospreys, they've all got their covers on, unfortunately, here. So, except I think this one's just having some work done to it. But yeah, we may not see CV-22s today flying, but you never know. Back up, Teddy. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Sounds like... Is that a start up? Sounds like something starting up. Sounds like a... I don't know, it sounds a little bit like a MC-130 starting up, I think. Might be wrong. No. It sound like something then, apart from that car. Oh, nice. Thanks a lot, Davey, for that update. 87.5k. Wow, what a great week already, yeah? Only just an hour in to our week, and but it is a beautiful day. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Some time to get grab something actually, just 1 second. That's the AWCU. I think that's on your bingo, isn't it? That's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. And they deal with all things wildlife, not just birds. Mainly birds, but they do deal with other forms of wildlife to keep the airfield secure. That's AWC, that's Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. They can use falconry as well, which we've got a members only video for this very rare occasion, which we've seen. So they can use the vehicle just to chase away the birds, play the horn, these pre-recorded sounds of distressed birds. They do have a rifle, they have a flare gun, they've got flags that they can wave to scare birds, such as red flags, white flags, yellow flags, black flags. Spoke to AWCU, there isn't one flag that does a specific bird, it's just whatever one works. That was, you know, I get it. And Mildenhall is a 24-hour base, which is actually managed by RAF Lakenheath Tower, RAPCON. They deal with that as well. So this constant wildlife control is a 24-hour job as well, similar to, again, with Brize Norton and RAF Coningsby as well. quite a lot of enriched history. There's some amazing cars here. I think Mildenhall wins. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? I think Mildenhall wins for the Nice Car Award, if there is such an award. Oh man, so how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? My name's Nicholas, I'm your cameraman and commentator, and you've seen earlier our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Welcome to this wonderful base with history of the wing, enriched in such coated history as well. And even the Special Operations Squadron, they have a lineage, their squadrons enriched in the Special Operations even from the Second World War as well. Now, it's amazing because the history goes back, because you've got to remember, when I mentioned 16th of October 1934, you've got to go way before that, because plans, you know, were decided way before that. They can't just, you know, it takes about 18 months to... Sounds good. Don't know what that is. Something sounds good. It sounds so it takes about 18 months to get one fully constructed as well. But you know, the history of the base stems back to 1929 when the land was actually purchased. So it took another 5 years for it to get built, and it actually was constructed and had a different name, and it was originally proposed as RAF Beck Row. So construction began in 1930 with RAF Beck Row, and that changed in 1933, a year before it actually opened officially and ready for operations in 1934. Now, usually when they change the name, it can be because there's a base similar to it. For example, the RAF base, RAF Harrowbeer, is actually in Yelverton. What does Yelverton sound like? Sounds like Yeovilton. So they got rid of that, and I think RAF Cardingham or Cardington was meant to be was a base in Bedfordshire, I think it was, and RAF Carterton was meant to be Brize Norton, but it sounded like Cardingham, I think. There's a story between, but that's really one of the reasons. Maybe they just thought, no, we're not going to call it that. Maybe it was just a change. I don't know. Maybe it was for a security reason, you know. I don't know, maybe the locals didn't want that. Don't know. No idea. All I do know is that sources suggest that this was RAF Beck Row and it changed a year before. So how cool was that? Very interesting. So King George V officially dedicated the base in October the 19th, 1934. Now on the 16th, it actually officially opened, but of course you've got to have the king here to go, yes, one is pleased. So yeah, so it's and they watched, one of the first things that they witnessed was the most amazing race, the air race, the Mac Robertson air race. I mean, how cool is the Mac Robertson air race? If you don't know what that is, it was it just reminds me of wacky races, but obviously a lot more serious, right? No, literally, it's an air race, and I wish they do that today. Can you imagine an air race today? Can you imagine that? If they imagine a race, and it was literally from Mildenhall to Melbourne, and the winners and the aircraft that actually won is still flying today, would you believe? It was witnessed about 70,000 people, and there was 20 aircraft began the race here at Mildenhall, and it was 11,300 miles from here to Melbourne, and in 70 hours 54 minutes, and the prize was £10,000 of 1934 money. I mean, that's just amazing, isn't it? It was the Royal Aero Club, and who actually put this together. I think that's just amazing. I think that's an amazing amazing thing. And the aircraft was the DH Comet, the de Havilland Comet, and I find that amazing. I'm trying to source, right, even if I can, I've got my eye on one. I'm trying to source a Comet that actually won the race, and I'm trying to get one source so I can show you it. But if you want to see the real thing, it's actually at Shuttleworth. It's part of the Shuttleworth collection. So I think that's pretty cool, right? And the winners were Tom Campbell, Black, and CWA Scott, and they flew the de Havilland Comet. It was, I'm alright, was it a DH-88? in saying that. I think it was dedicated as DH-88, de Havilland 88, but it was a Comet. And I think it had a name, Grosvenor House, even though I've been saying Grosvenor, but Grosvenor, forgive me. And yeah, it was one, and I think there was another one that came fourth as well, another DH-88 or Comet, which is a phenomenal aircraft. It really is, and I cannot believe it's flying. And I put a video a few days ago on it, and it's kind of like it's hidden dark history as well. But anyway, the first operational squadron arrived in November 1934, number 99 Madras Presidency Squadron, which was a bomber squadron, and they arrived at Mildenhall along with the Hayford night bomber. Now, me and my good friend Julian, we had a look at de Havilland, the Hayford, the Handley Page Hayford bomber, and it's huge. It's massive. It's a huge. I mean, biplanes are one thing, but to have a biplane as a bomber was another. But that's, you got to have certain inventions to make another one, right? You got to, see what's about, see if you can develop in it, and you develop and develop like that. So absolutely amazing. So 99 Squadron came with the Hayford night bomber. It didn't quite see operational service as we started to have monoplane bombers, and the first monoplane bomber to be here was, of course, the record-breaking bomber. When I say record-breaking, the crew at Broughton, I think in Cheshire, set upon a mission to beat the world record to assemble a bomber. The world record was 48 hours to assemble a bomber, 2 days to assemble a bomber. If you put that into context, that's actually quite amazing. However, the ladies and gents of Broughton actually put one together in 23 hours, 50 minutes, and actually flew it the next day. And that is, ladies, gentlemen, a design by Vickers Barnes Wallis, the geodetic airframe, if you know, Barnes Wallis designed the bouncing bomb, and also another secret bomb for a mission to bomb the Tirpitz, which was the hardball for a squadron that you may not know, another secret squadron. It didn't even have a squadron badge. They didn't quite go ahead in the end with it, but it was 618 Squadron, if you ever want to research them with that. So next squadron, we had 38 Squadron. As we said, they moved to Marham and formed the B flight with that eventually, when we speak about Marham's history that arrived, and then from the B flight came 115 Squadron, so they formed and reformed. It's amazing how history kind of I like entwining and weaving together the history from one base to another, and the links. 1 minute I'm talking about 5.5 miles away the backwards crow flies for Lakenheath, and now I'm over here, you know what I mean? So it's nice to kind of get the let me just think we've got another departure, which is kind of cool. That is all good. So yeah, so we've got Handley Page Hayford bombers, a large bomber that was here, and there we go. So the Hayford bombers did start to get replaced, and the on November the 20th, 1936, it was the Ferry Hendons. Again, these went to Marham eventually with 38 Squadron. Again, love entwining the history with this as well. Ferry Hendon bombers, again another legendary aircraft that we don't really know and talk about. I am trying to source a lot of these aircraft that I talk about, because it's nice for me to I think we're going to get a departure. It's nice for me to talk about them and give you the history. So 149 Squadron, let's just have a look of what we've got. 1 second, I'm going to show you the one that I do have. Alright, so I'm going to show you, I don't have the Hendon, but what I do have is this beaut. So there we go, the Vickers Wellington bomber, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Look at it, a beautiful aircraft, and it had a beautiful history, to be honest. It was made with about 16 variants. It did have Bristol Hercules in some of the engines on some of them. Twin engine bomber, and made with the geodetic airframe. You see this fence here, like that, so it could take a lot of battle damage. you know, it could take a lot of battle damage. And this was designed by Barnes Wallis, the man himself who designed the bouncing bomb barrels and the hardball. So on the wings, you know, unfortunately you saw that crash site, but you know, isn't on a slightly different way of looking at it, you know, how, you know, even on that impact, a lot of it survived, but the purpose of it was easy to come back and fix. So they made about over 11,400 of these, a record-breaking 23 hours and 50 minutes to assemble. They were making these at 28 per week of these Vickers Wellington bombers. Honestly, a beautiful. I don't think it had a bad reputation in the Second World War. It was pretty good, really. You know, and the likes of, you know, other bombers didn't really have that. So there we go. So Vickers Wellington bombers, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Amazing, right? So there we go. So 3rd of September 1939, 3 days after Germany's invasion of Poland, Britain and France declared war on Germany. Now, 6 hours after the official declaration of war, 3 of the Wellington bombers from 149 Squadron actually took off to bomb German battleships in Kiel Canal. Now, the Kiel Canal was the stretcher waterway that links the North Sea to the Baltic Sea. Now, in 1940, RAF Station Mildenhall became the location for 2 films as well, as we mentioned, Target for Tonight and The Lion Has Wings. They did actually change the name of Mildenhall. I can't remember what they called it. I think they called it something like Middleton or something that the RAF don't have. They changed the name for security reasons. On January the 18th, in 1940, 149 Squadron conducted its first bombing, night bombing, again with the Wellington bombers. But eventually, the beautiful Wellington bombers were traded with 149 with the short Sterling bombers as well. So it was nearly a year, number 149, November the 2nd, traded this beaut for the short Sterling bomber. And the short Sterling bombers, well, let me just show you the sheer size of it. So these are to scale, and the short Sterling, for me, didn't really have a great reputation. It's wow, okay, that's now the wingspan is pretty similar, but the actual size of it, the length, it's you know, it's pretty shocking. Look at that. Now, what's going on here? What's wrong with the short Sterling bomber? Well, ladies, gents and teddy bears, if I was to tell you that the Wellington had an extra 1,500 foot of service ceiling, unfortunately this wasn't what it was meant to be like. RAF hangars had capability of having hangars that could operate aircraft with a wingspan of certain, you know, max. Now, they were all, I think they were around about 105 foot, I think it was, something like that. I'm going to have to find out what, maybe someone can help me out with that. But obviously, they were made with a specific designation, wingspan, right? Now, unfortunately, this was supposed to have 125 foot. Which is why it's pretty similar wingspan to the Wellington, pretty similar wingspan to the Lancaster, etc., etc., because the Air Ministry were not prepared to have a dedicated special hangars remade just for the short Sterling bomber. Now, the short Sterling bomber, like I said, it's long, it's huge, it's heavy, but the wings look a bit snubby compared to it. It was meant to be wider, and because of that, it didn't really have enough lift. The larger the wing area, the better lift. The higher you go, the thinner the air, so you're going to need a bit of power, better wingspan. It just could not have the lift, fully loaded, fully fueled. So unfortunately for the short Sterling bomber, although it was good at what it could do, and you know, it could pack a lot of weight in there, and it just didn't really have the lift. So because of that, a lot of them were lost, and because of that, They did use them for tugging the Horsa glider in D-Day. So places like Fairford, as we've talked about the history before, they were using them for towing purposes. So, you know, the short Stirling bomber, you know, was the first World War II bomber of the Royal Air Force to be 4-engine. It was the first 4-engine bomber. Now, just to give you an idea, so the wingspan was maxed at 99'1". They could have done more, but they weren't allowed to. Powered by 4 Bristol Hercules Mark 11s at 14-cylinder air-cooled. They would produce a good 1,500 horsepower, reach speeds of around 282 miles per hour, service ceiling of just 16,500. Now, it could take 14,000 pounds of bombs. That's 6,400 pounds. You know, that's quite substantial compared to the 4,500 for the Wellington, for example. So it had a lot more payload that it can take, which, you know, that's what it was for. But like I said, didn't really have the capabilities to start getting higher and higher. So the Vickers Wellington, slightly less speed than the Stirling. We're talking about 235. So yeah, it was about 50 miles an hour less, but the Wellington could, you know, reach a service ceiling higher, but only 4,500 pound payload. That was the problem, which is why the Short brothers developed this huge aircraft. You know, 14,500 pounds of bombs. That's quite impressive in this early stage, you know, of designs. But it was the first 4-engine bomber, but it didn't have the wingspan that it was required to have. So there we go. That's the short Stirling bomber that was here at RAF Mildenhall. So 149 and 199 were operating here. Also, the squadrons that were here, they took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. Now, this was a statement raid by Bomber, known as Bomber Harris. That's Air Marshal Arthur Harris, and he was not going to take any bullying from World War II's Nazi Germany. He was like, no, you think you can wipe us out? He was like, nah. So on the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons from 419 Squadron and 17 of 149 Squadron took off from Mildenhall and took part in the 1,000 bomber raid against Cologne. And I think it was around about 40 odd that were lost, 40 aircraft that were lost in the 1,000 bomber raid, which as a statistic, that works out good as a statistic. It was a bomber. Now, Bomber Command didn't actually have 1,000 bombers. They had to ask they had to use OTUs, and you know what OTUs are like, because they're in training. But Bomber Harris said, if you've only got a couple of weeks to go, you've got your wings already. It was like that. So in the raid, 1,047 aircraft were dispatched to Cologne, of which 868 attacked the main target. And we're talking about 1,455 tons of explosives, 2/3 of which were incendiaries. Now, the city suffered severe damage, as you can imagine, with 250 factories, 18,400 houses destroyed or damaged. War is not a pretty thing. You've got to think, I'll let you imagine what I'm getting at, because, you know, it's not good. Now, this is what it's like. And Mildenhall grew again in 43, April the 13th. 15 bomber squadron relocated to Mildenhall, operated until the end of the war. There was also 25 glider maintenance. Also, Lancaster started to arrive here in November 1943, and they were permanently stationed here, along with Halifax bombers as well. Also, can't not forget 75 New Zealand Bomber Squadron, 419 Squadron as well. Some moved to Feltwell, some moved to Marham. 115 Squadron remained here until November 1942. On D-Day, operations began, 35 Lancaster bombers of 15 and 622 squadrons struck targets along the Atlantic Wall. The next day, 33 Lancasters targeted near Lisieux in France. And they, you know, Mildenhall provided large numbers of horse gliders as well before D-Day. And of course, for those that don't need an intro, and for those that have never seen one, the wonderful Lancaster. Now, we had permanent Lancasters here with various squadrons. Look at this beautiful Merlin engine Lancaster. Now, this was made right because it looked right, it flew right, didn't really have a lot of teething issues really. A product of the Avro Manchester, who had a really poor reputation, forced into the war instead of the Roy Chadwick and the Avro crew trying to develop and fix the issues with the engines. Well, they added an extra 12-foot wingspan and 2 more engines, but replaced all the engines. Instead of the Rolls-Royce Vulture engine, they added Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, and this is what we've got. Slightly less powered than the Avro Vulture, the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, but look at this, beautiful. Now, if you're thinking, why does it look a bit odd on the top there? What's going on with the top turret? Well, this is actually a 617 squadron. Now, I know what you're thinking, for those that know. Hang on a minute, 617 squadron have got AJ as their squadron markings. Well, Yankee Zulu was 617 squadron when it operated with this. Now, when you think of today's payload, 22,000 pound bomb on a Lancaster, that is remarkable. I think some aircraft, I think like the F-35s have got 18,000 pound. A 22,000 pound bomb, let's just chuck it on. Now, when 617 squadron were operating the Grand Slam, they would have a slightly different marking. Yankee Zulu on their AJ tail dambuster raid, specifically designed Barnes-Wallis bombs to go on the dambuster raid. The top turret was removed for weight purposes. To you know, a lot of weight and space saving was required, especially if you've got a 22,000 pound bomb. Of course, when operating with such payload, this could not move very well. It literally almost went into villages at the end of the runway. It was not the best, not very maneuverable. So a lot of the evading night fighters and other attacking aircraft, you will be in serious trouble. I think the only thing you could do is to release it and fly off, but I don't know if, I would imagine that may have happened, I don't know. I would have to look into history books for that, but this could not move as graceful as it used to with that. So that's why the top turret removed for weight and space saving. So these were operating here, not exactly 617 squadron, you would have had probably the top turret here. So yeah, there we go. We're getting sort of towards the end of World War II history with Mildenhall here, as far as the Royal Air Force was concerned. Can hear something running in there. So immediately after the Second World War, RAF Mildenhall aircraft returned, repatriated prisoners of war to their home countries. Also took part in dropping relief supplies to Dutch flood victims as well. August 25th, 1945, 9 days after the surrender of Japan, number 44 Rhodesia Squadron moved to Mildenhall. And 1945 in December marked the first major involvement by the United States Army Air Force with Mildenhall. 2 B-17 Flying Fortresses arrived at the station for bomb trials. They were stripped of their armament and modified to carry a rocket-assisted 4,500 pound bomb. And finally, Mildenhall was updated and resurfaced. It had it was chosen in July 1948 to have its runways upgraded. Now, Bomber Command planned to bring 230 operational conversion unit to train Lancaster pilots at RAF Mildenhall, but the new Lincoln bomber, on the new Lincoln bomber, but this didn't happen as the US Air Force moved B-29 Super Fortresses to Lakenheath in August 1948. Now, the Royal Air Force did not want a training unit operating so close to B-29, so 230 OCU never made it to Mildenhall, and July the 12th, 1950, after improving facilities and spending a substantial amount of money to a 9,000 foot runway, elements of the 93rd Bomb Group, the 329th Bomb Squadron, 330th Bomb Squadron and the 115th Organisational Squadron arrived, operated the WB-50 Super Fortresses. And of course, in the 50s, RAF Mildenhall became a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force base as well. So Mildenhall became an initial base identified to host B-29s, B-47s and B-52s, as well as KC-97s and KC-135 tankers. The B-50 was first designated as the B-29D, and modifications of the original B-29 structure were considerable, so it was redesigned as the B-50. It's pretty cool, the B-50, check it out. It's like a modified B-29, it's longer. WB stood for Weather Reconnaissance, for those who don't know. So, 1951, February, we had lots of B-29s. It's the same with RAF Lakenheath, just not far away. Again, they were operating B-29s as well. RAF Mildenhall in September 1952 received KB-29s as well, and headquarters of maintenance of the 2nd Bomb Wing returned to Mildenhall to service B-50s and KB-29s. In June 1953, the first KC-97E Stratotankers moved here. They were tankers of the 306 Air Refeuling Squadron from the 306 wing. So, you know, Mildenhall was already transitioning. It was already going into a different world at the moment, or a different role. However, things changed again very soon, and for those that have fond memories of Mildenhall would know what aircraft I'm about to tell you very, very shortly. Yes, ladies, gents, teddy bears, SR-71 Blackbirds and U-2s were here as well. Oh yes. It made its first visit to Mildenhall in September 1974. Now, the trip between New York and London took only 1 hour and 55 minutes to cover 3,479.41 miles. Now, to achieve the new record, the SR-71 flew more than 3 times the speed of sound. 13th of September 1974, the SR-71 departed Mildenhall for a record-setting flight to LA, California. The trip took 3 hours and 47 minutes and covered 5,446.86 miles. Within 5 years, both the SR-71 and the U-2 operated from Mildenhall. Now, in '76, the European Tanker Task Force mission operated the 306 Strategic Wing began. We also, there were other legendary aircraft as well, such as the Silk Purse. Was it the EC-135? Oh, I'd love to see that as well. Forgot to mention that one. I'm going to try and get an SR-71 Blackbird model, as well as a U-2. By the way, 1959, the base was solely operated, just like RAF Lakenheath, as a US Air Force base as well. And of course, if we come into modern day now, the next major change for Mildenhall literally took place February the 1st, 1992, when the 100th Air Refueling Wing activated. It replaced the 513th Airborne Command and Control Wing and redesignated on June the 18th, 1987 with a different mission. And of course, Lakenheath, not far away, perfect, location. And at that time, they would just transition into the F-15E Strike Eagle in '92. They would have said goodbye. I think the last F-111 aardvarks left in December 92. 91 saw Lakenheath change to a fighter wing status rather than tactical fighter wing. The 490-50 became inactive. So lots were going on between the two bases. So the 352nd Special Operations Group, the relocation from RAF Alconbury to Mildenhall happened on May the 7th, 93. There was some delays until they arrived, and the 501st Combat Support Wing activated and gained control of the GSUs, and it marked the last new unit to call Mildenhall home. May the 1st, 2007, the 501st Combat Support Wing moved to its final location at RAF Alconbury. The 352nd Special Operations Group, who are just over here. Well, some of it is anyway, because you've got the Mc-130J Commando 2 just to my right. So we should get some movement very shortly, I think. There's a lot going on the ground. Yeah, I can't imagine it being too long now without movement. Average, well, on a normal day, it is about, expect 1 hour. However, you just never know, because it can sometimes explode into action. starter. Some sort. Something's just booted up to the right. Yeah, sounded like the MC-130J.
what we got.
Right, so here we go. got the Wolfhound. And this sounds like the C-146, I think. The C-146 Wolfhound. This is part of the 352nd Special Operations wing as well. It's a twin-engine, high-wing aircraft used by Special Operations Command. That's US Special Operations Command, and it's a small team's cargo aircraft. It sounds like we got the Wolfhound by the sounds of it. Or is it a Skyvan? Could be a Skyvan, right? Well, the A400 that was a Skyvan. thought I'd get you the shot of the C-146, but can't see much about it at the moment. It's just behind the houses. And this is all I've got at the moment. Hang on. I'll show you what I've got. It's just this. Spanish Air Force Casa 295. Love it that you're playing that. You can download it free, choose any of the cards, download them all and just pick one for the day. Someone's nice. Wibs, how you doing? Oi oi. White Wizard, Gerard, Harry, Gardner, Margot, Wibs, Ali Leyland, Richard, Lars Johansson, how you doing? Oi oi. Davey, how's it going as well? Hope you're all having a good time, and lovely to see some of you playing. Wibs has got 3 marked on his Mildenhall Bingo. Nice. we're just waiting for, which I think it's the C-146 taxiing out. We hope. Hope it's not a ground run or anything, but there's a lot of people getting ready with their cameras, so that makes me think something's taxiing out very shortly. Obviously, pilots got to do their checks. just waiting and waiting for this aircraft to taxi out. Hopefully we get a double. There were talks of another aircraft taxiing out at some point with departure details, so we'll see. We shall see. In the meantime, grab a cup of tea. Grab a cup of tea, Ted, isn't it? Put KC-135, but I think it's actually the the C-146 taxiing out now. Here we go. So I'm pretty sure I heard quid 51. That's why I thought it was the KC-135. I mean, you gotta forgive me for that one, but here we go. Look at this. Oh, C-146 Wolfhound. Send it. I can hear a KC-135 spooling and taxiing right now, so let's get ready for some heavy. Nice to see that. That was sent, wasn't it? Boeing KC-135 Strato tanker. It's just taxiing now, I believe. Powered by the 4 CFM International F-108 CF100 turbofans. Each one of these produce a whopping 21,600 pounds of thrust each. Now that's just over, slightly over a Typhoon on each engine, let's say. So it's got the power of 4 Typhoons and a bit. Wow, that is impressive. Wingspan about 30 foot wider than the Avro Lancaster. On its way now, I think. Definitely hear it. Coming up now. See what nose art we got on this one. It's that Wolfhound, is it? Oh, we got 2! Sorry, Wolfpack. Not Wolfhound. Looks like we've got Wolfpack and is that the Savage? No, Squawking Hawk, isn't it? I think those are on your bingo cards. Wolfpack and Squawking Hawk. Nice. Who's got them on the bingo cards, man? Come on, let's go, let's ride. I think if you had a flight of 3, that's on the bingo card as well on one of them. Squawking Hawk, and I'm pretty sure they're both on the bingo card, so that's pretty cool. Love that sound. There's a third one, so we got 3. So I did put on the bingo cards flight of 3. Look at this. What's this one? Lucky Strike, is it? Something like that, isn't it? So we got a flight of 3. Time of year when you get wasps and stuff and bees and God knows what. So flight of 3, that's on the bingo card, I know that much. And these two, the Squawking Hawk and Wolf Pack. Whoa. There's 4. What? I've never seen 4 before. flight of 3 has just gone down to 4. Oh man, look at this, 4. I've never seen 4 depart like this before. See, you wait, and then look. Oh, All American Girl. That's on the Mildenhall Bingo as well. He's having a good time with our bingo. So I can confirm Wolfpack, Squawking Hawk, and All American Girl KC-135s are here. There's actually technically millions of them now because there's 4. 4 is a little bit unbelievable. I've never seen that before. My photo next to this one, All American Girl, love it. Well, that was beautiful. 4 of them. Well, wasn't that just something else, wasn't it? Wow. Well, I don't think I've seen 4. I've seen 3 before with KC-135s and 3 Mc-130J Commando 2s, but that was quite unbelievable. Well, this is what I mean about Mildenhall and Brize Norton. This is why the inspiration has come from the Bingo, because you just, when did you ever think you'd see 4 take off in a flight of 4? Unfortunately, the flight of 3 just got wiped out there by flight of 4. Wow. Well, there's another start-up as well. Now that does sound like an Mc-130J Commando 2. Wow, that was... well, really, I enjoyed that. I wasn't sure how I was going to get that, because obviously it's quite hard. I thought, do you know what, I'll keep it wide and try to get them all in as they go, because I thought that'd be quite a nice shot. They didn't really wait a long time, did they, for them to go after each other. Anyway, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at RAF Mildenhall, and of course, please do your pre-stream checklist or mid-flight checklist, please. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, you've been cleared to touch and go on the like button, so give the like button a touch and go. And of course, if you are new to our channel, or if you haven't done so already and love military, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. If you are subscribed, then marry that up with the notification bell button in a pair's departure. Enjoy. Oh, that is just unbelievable. Flight of 4 on the old flight tracker there now. That is just incredible. You have a look at your ADS-B, that looks really impressive. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be another departure to just... Oh. was remarkable, wasn't it, ladies, gents and teddy bears? That was remarkable.
There you eat right now. Would have brought me popcorn if I'd known. That was really good, wasn't it? Those Gurnt planes flying around. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF regiment. Well, that was definitely worth like eating some popcorn and stuff. So I've got my old refrigerators. You always have a packet in your pocket. You know what I mean? There now. Yeah, it's all good. Just been admiring the Gurnt side of these planes. There now. Yep, it's all right there now. Just 1 second, please. Oh, they're tasty these. Just bung them in your pocket. It's all good. Really good bit of protein and all that. And yeah, my name's Reggie. Just doing me. Excuse me. Yeah, just doing me perimeter checks and that. Yeah, making sure it's all good. Yeah. Just these are good, aren't they? Yeah. Part of the RAF regiment. Go around. I'll make sure it's all sweet and neat around here. And oh, that's good down there now. Excuse me.
Reggie, you alright, mate?
Yeah, I'm alright now.
Okay. The C-146 Wolfhound now, it's approaching runway 28. Now, a couple did this, the KC-135 this morning before we set up landed using 28 but took off using 10, which was interesting. I'm not really sure what's going on there. I suppose it's aircraft specific, isn't it? They can choose it, they can request another runway if they want. But yeah, just about see it now, so here we go. And that sound is the Mc-130J Commando 2. Runway in use is 10. Funky time. Into the sun just for 2 seconds. Give me a second. This is going to be a little bit of spec. I think we got a. It's definitely. I hope it's not a ground run though. touch and go, isn't it? It is. Oh, it's a bit shifty, this thing, isn't it? Good, wasn't it? Expect the unexpected with Mildenhall. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you?
Good, thank you. All right. That foreship was amazing, wasn't it? That was very impressive. So just keep patient as usual, see what else we're going to get in this amazing historical base. I can't wait to see what else happens here. And you never know, may get some Osprey movement, you just don't know. But the covers are on, but doesn't mean you can't take them off, right? So, odds up. Oh, actually, saying that, the one on the left has the covers on now, so I wonder if that's it's time for these to start getting a bit of, you know, a bit of flexing. Let's get a bit of flex. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Thanks for joining us on this sunny day. Lots of you supporting the channel. Thank you very much. So Wolfman, David Wolfman Wells, who's a 26-month member and part of our fighter squadron, but please like, share and subscribe, all are free and help the channel grow. Wolfman, how you doing? And oi oi to you. Fariz Madrazi, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Mike 22 Delta, best channel on YouTube, thank you very much for 18 months service there. Margot with the super sticker there, thank you very much for the pocket chair. Kevin L celebrating 7 months, thank you very much. Michael the AV spotter, who's put glad to share another month with you guys, and it's Easter holiday, so I get to watch more streams. Thank you very much for your 10-month service. Richard, who's given us a super chat here, the best aviation community here at TCS. I don't get to join the lives too often due to work and health, but Ted gives me a lift of spirit. Thank you very much for your kind words. A Guards March to you, Richard. The Lundy Gruffalo celebrating 26 months membership. Good morning all, lovely day for it, and a lovely day it is. Thank you very much for 26 months. For photography, thank you. High five, thank you for joining the Ted Commando Squadron. Paul Elson with 15 months membership. Mike Roger, 4 months membership. And very much enjoying it, says Mike. And Anne Cox, thank you very much for the super chat there. Nikos and Ted, oi oi Ted. This is for your first flight of the year. Hope it's in your logbook. It is, so if you'd like to check out Ted's logbook, you can do on at tedconingsby.co.uk. Ted's just reached, I'd say, about 90 hours of flight time now. So, well done, Ted. Went bravely, like he does. Jan Clark, thank you very much for 10 months membership, and who's part of our fighter squadron. 10 months for this fab channel, many more to come. Love you all. Guards March, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thanks, Jan. Greg's Fiery, a high five.
I see that Guards March.
Here he is.
Hey, beautiful day out, mate.
Oh man, enjoy your run, man.
Always.
See you, man. Guards March to 100th LRS. Yay! The running man. Did you hear our legendary running man? A Guards March to the running man. Thank you very much. Legend. Guards March. Cyclist celebrating 25 months membership. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. 555 Nook also celebrating 25 months membership. What a wonderful way to start the week with another month as a posh officer with this incredible channel and incredible family. See you Friday. Guns up. Thank you very much. Margot Baxter with the super sticker. Guards March. Andrew Porter with the super chat who's put for all those KC-135s. Amazing, wasn't it? 4 of them. Thank you. A Guards March for Black Hawk NZ. Thank you very much for the super chat. And White Wizard, high five. A Guards March rock to you, man. Thank you very much. Guards March. And just in case I didn't do it properly, Greg's Fiery, high five. And a Guards March, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much for joining us and as a member. So you may have heard members there with all amazing service with the Ted Coningsby squadrons of our various squadrons as well, and it really does support the channel. Some members gifting membership and some taking out Ted Coningsby membership and joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. It is a fun community to join as a member from just $1.99 a month. It really does put fuel, gas in our van, keep it airworthy, roadworthy, keep it service, keeping us going and keeping the stream, keeping the dream. It really does help put the funds straight into the channel so we can bring this to you day in, day out. And if you are interested in becoming a member of, we've got 3 squadrons to choose from with various perks, of course. You get something back, and YouTube has some wonderful perks, and we do give something back, like members discount as well on our official merchandise. Oh yes, and that's just from $1.99 a month. Mark Moody, oi oi, not Captain Weber. Mark, let's have a look. Mark Moody, how you doing? Wibbs, Richard, Margot, Blocks, Alex Raven. JWCU just keeping the airfield sweet and neat. Right, I think what I could do is take in a sort of a standby cup of tea on it. Oi oi, how you doing? All right? Yeah, good, thanks. How's it going? Okay?
Yeah, didn't keep getting sick. We've got a shot of a view with the Dornier coming in.
Oh, you have? Oh, cool. Nice one. You have to send that in, man.
Yeah.
Send that in, buddy.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
How's the stream going?
Yeah, good, thank you. All good.
Brilliant.
All good.
4 KC-135.
Oh, amazing, wasn't it? Never
brilliant.
seen that before.
Yeah.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, just coming down for yeah, it's just doing a few circuits at C-146, and then might come back in a bit.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, might grab a cup of tea quickly while I can. Yeah, I've never seen Paul before.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Oh, it's gone out now. It's gone out to sea. Have a look.
There's you. Yeah. It's just over the top.
Oh, I see, yep.
Yeah.
I'll have to send that in.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh, nice one. Enjoy the day.
Yeah,
and
cheers.
hopefully we get more.
Yeah.
What a lovely day. That's really nice. How are we doing? That was a lovely bit of food there. Just had some scram. Quite nice.
Jens from Germany, how are you? Yes, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be away? I see. Did you watch the football? It was very good. My team Leipzig. Yes, my team won 3-1. Yes, we played Hoffenheim. Bundesliga. Do you know what I mean? You don't? You don't follow football? Oh, what do you follow? Careful, watch the suit, young man. I see. Will you sit still? You're very good at football. You must come and see me. We can train and practice. Yes, you've got the skill. Do you know what I mean? You don't. Well, you must be able to tell me where Captain Paper is. Really, what are you doing here? You seem to be away with the Reds. Sit still. Come schon. You sit still. Vorwärts. Oh, very good. Where did you go? Where is he? Dear, oh dear. What's going on here? Yes. Bundesliga.
How you doing, Grand Crew Drew? Hope you're all good. What's going on? Lovely to have a bit of sunshine in it. Current bun all out. God, reminds me of holiday. I roll my sleeves up, innit? Do you know what I mean? God, I had a great weekend, but now it's time to be on my plates of meat all week now. I'll be working hard. So today, find myself at Mildenhall. Today I'm in the QA area. That's the quality assurance. Just been working with the running man over there in LRS. He's asked me to go for a bit of a run with him, but I'm like, oh, don't know about that, mate. Oh, I don't know. Oh, it's about like 6 mile round trip round this base. Pretty impressive, isn't it? Oh, hello, Red Ted. How you doing? Didn't see you sneak up on me. Did a bit of a Houdini, didn't you? Where'd he go? It's equivalent to a Houdini, that, isn't he? Never mind, never mind. How are you all doing? Grand Crew Drew, how you doing? Don't forget to hit that like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Corningsby channel. It's all good. What did you get up to? Did you get up too much? I went to the zoo with the missus. Yep. We thought it was quite peculiar. We found this, do you know what? We found this piece of bread. I know. We found a piece of toast. That was it. Oh, that's a nice jam jar, isn't it? Goodness me. Yeah, we were walking along and it had this section, right, in the zoo. And it said peculiar section. And I was like, well, what's going on here? Can't get any peculiar than, you know, than London, innit? Do you know what I mean? Anyway, going along, and there's a piece of toast in the cage, and it had a little sign, and it said "Bred in captivity." I was like, oh, you gotta be having a bubble laugh. Do you know what I mean? Oh, look at that jam jar. Easy, son, easy. Nice. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, back to the show. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and hope you're all enjoying yourselves, and make sure you hit that like button with your longers and lingers on the old dog and bone or your lamb chop. That's right, or your wobbly jelly. Do you know, we sometimes say Liza Minnelli, do you know what I mean? I think it's time to go for a tiddlywink, I think. Need a drink. Yeah. What was that? I swear that Red Ted. I think the sun's got to him. Hey!
What up? How we doing, y'all? My name's Casey. Hope we're all good. I should have my Casey voice today. Last week I had a bit of a sore throat, sounded a bit like Reggie. You know what I mean? What up from West Coast? Hey, right or no? There you are. Speaking of bear, how you doing? I'm right or no? Just enjoying the old sun there now. Yeah. It's quite nice. Mighty fine. Reminds me of being in Florida. All right or no? No, not been over there. No. Furthest I've been is a little bit south of Bristol there now. And sometimes actually up in a Cornwall there now. Oh, that sounds nice. I'll have to go and check it out. Me and the wife. I had to check it out, Mrs. Casey. We love that part of the country. So we're going to go and check it out. Yeah, you'll have to go over to the cider there now. You what? Yeah, some drinks and that. Yeah, we're in Somerset there now. It's quite nice there now. We've got lots of chocolate flying around. Lots of lovely drinks and we'll enjoy it there now. All right, sounds good. You'll have to send me like a little book of all the places I can go and visit. Yeah, there now. It's lovely. You've got like cheddar cheese there now. Yeah, we're going to have a look in some of the, we've got some lovely museums as well, and you have to check out Devon and Cornwall there now, and do a bit of surfing now. Surfing? What, you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love surfing there now. Yeah. You know what I mean there now? It's all good there now. Got some mighty fine cars around here. Right, listen. My name's Casey. See you soon. Wish you well. He's going there now, isn't he? I don't know what's going on there now.
Bundesliga.
Oh, all right there, Jens. How you doing around there now?
Yes, you were speaking about Cobos. Lovely there.
Oh, yeah, from the southwest there now. It's all nice there now.
Yes, it's very good, yes. Yes, and very good to relax. I hear the beaches are very good.
Oh, yeah, it's nice. We don't really get much, don't get a lot of beach action in Bristol there now.
Is this where you're from?
No, I'm not from Bristol there now. Where are you from?
Where are you from?
What, me? Well, I'm from the woods.
And which part of England is this?
Oh, it's over there, isn't it?
Where do you mean?
Over there, it's over here, it's over there.
I don't understand.
All right, listen, look over there, mate.
Yes, where am I looking? Right, what are you doing?
Oh dear, oh dear. No bears behind. They're all professional bears. Okay, so nothing yet on the Osprey. I could have sworn this just had the covers on. Never mind. I'm pretty sure that had covers on a minute ago. Oh, they're off now anyway. Okay, so we're just going to wait patiently now for the next movement. How are we all doing? Sammy B, how you doing? Davey, Tim, Mike Wizard, Stuart G, hope we're all good. Chris Bloggs and Dave Hurst, Chris Baxter, hope we're all good. Okay, well, hopefully we get some action from over there. As we mentioned before, the legacy of the 100th Bomb Group is here today. The Bloody 100th. That is the nickname of the 100th Air Refueling name, and that is because of their legacy. It stems back all the way to its predecessor unit, the 100th Bomb Group Heavy, part of the 8th Air Force, flying the B-17 Flying Fortresses in England, and the 100th were stationed at RAF Thorpe Abbotts, designated as Station 139. And if you haven't done so already, I do strongly recommend a visit to the 100th Bomb Group Thorpe Abbotts, and the legacy still lives on, which I absolutely adore. They flew over 300 combat missions, and 2 distinguished unit citations. That was for the Regensburg raid on the 17th of August 1943, and the raids on Berlin on the 4th, 6th and 8th of March 1944. Now the group got its nickname due to the amount of losses that they suffered, not as a complete total, but as a complete of the amount lost in any one combat mission. So it was the amount they came back with and the amount of losses in a mission. The group suffered tremendous losses in combat, with 177 of these beautiful B-17s, 177 aircraft missing in action, flying its last mission on the 20th of April 1945. And one of the wing's honours here at Mildenhall is the fact that they still fly the Square D. Now there would have been a Square D on the tail of this B-17 with the nose arc. This is Memphis Belle here, and you can imagine that you know, a letter designated in a geometric shape there. Absolutely a wonderful, wonderful history. Now the 100th activated as the 100th Bomb Group on the 1st of June 1942. So that's how old the lineage, the legacy of the 100th Air Refueling Wing. Now they were assigned at the time to the 3rd Bomber Command, and the group remained unmanned until the 27th of October 1942, when a cadre for the unit was transferred from the 29th Bombardment Group to Gowan Field, Idaho. Now within 4 days, on the 1st of November, they moved to Walla Walla Air Base, Army Air Base in Washington, where it received its first 4 aircrews of their B-17Fs from the Boeing factory in Seattle. Now additional personnel were added. They relocated to Wendover Field, Utah, with crews, bombing and gunnery training and navigation training, lots of training. In fact, the mighty 8th were, I say quote, they quoted that they could, it was so accurate, they were able to drop a bomb inside a pickle barrel. Now, there's a few things I'd like to add to that. Now, of course, the mighty 8th, the 8th Air Force, they trained for daylight raids. And that's what they were specialising in, daylight raids. Now, when the Lancaster came out, when it was delivered as a Christmas present, wasn't really a Christmas present, but you'll know what I mean. Delivered on the Christmas Eve, 1941. Delivered to number 44 Squadron. And of course, you've got the Augsburg raid that happened in 1942. And the thing is, you know, Bomber Harris thought, yeah, we can do this. We've got a new aircraft. We've got, you know, we've got bigger engines. We're able to do this in a day. However, it didn't go well. In fact, of the 12 aircraft that took part in the Augsburg raid with 97 Squadron and 44 Squadron, and Nettleton, Squadron Leader John Nettleton, who was awarded the Victoria Cross for that raid, led the raid in March, and he led the raid, and it didn't really go well at all, and they didn't even get to Augsburg, which was deep into Germany. A daylight raid in Germany. Well, that was it. In fact, on the day when they were told that they were going, when they unveiled the map in the briefing room, there was a bit of laughter. They were like, yeah, they didn't know if this was like some sort of wind-up. They did check if it was like April Fool's Day, and it wasn't. They actually were laughing a little bit to say, you sure about this? And yes, they were sure. So, you know, when that raid happened, they were switching to nighttime raids. The Mighty Eighth were training daylight raids, and they weren't really, from what I've read, they were not going to change, because when they got to the UK, they were told, no, we're doing nighttime raids, and they were like, no. And there was a bit of a dispute. I don't know if that's the right word. There was not really a dispute. There was a bit of, they weren't going to change. The Mighty Eight were like, no, we've trained, and we're not going to retrain to do nighttime raids. So they carried on doing raids. They actually did a clockwork raids day and night between them. So, you know, the RAF did night, and the US Army Air Forces did the day, but that meant a whole 24 hours rotational bombing raid. So this, as I mentioned before, led through that time in history, led to just getting rid of the 2 roundels in the end. There's lots of history that I've brought up before. Again, it's a lifesaver, especially if you're in a fighter. That was the whole point, why there's only 1 roundel instead of 2, because it gave the attacking aircraft something to aim for. But tactics to try to attack a bomber was a little bit different, because when new aircraft came, don't forget when the Lancaster came out, when that went out onto the Augsburg raid, the 109s, they were like, what is this? You know, we're not sure about this. They didn't know what way to attack it. So there was a lot of tactics that were changed. So formation was really crucial, which is why it's really important to get into formation with your right bomb group, hence the geometric shapes and letters. That was the idea, but obviously you didn't want to make it too obvious. You didn't want to let people know, your enemy know who you were, so to speak. But yeah, this was the B-17 Flying Fortress. Phenomenal aircraft. It can and it could get to a service ceiling of 40,000 feet with that. 30-litre engine displacements as well with these. Beautiful Wright Cyclone engines. Beautiful engines in these, which I'll talk about just a sec. And so yeah, a lot of the formation flying would actually help. It was nicknamed the Flying Fortress because the amount of weapons it's got on it, about 13 machine guns in total, where a reporter jokingly said, looks like a flying fortress. The name stuck. I don't think, from what I've read, it was actually designated as a flying fortress. It just happened to get that name from a reporter, from what I've read, and the name stuck and it stayed there. The first to operate the B-17 operationally were actually the Royal Air Force when it came here. There was a few squadrons like, I think it was 214, which may have been later. There's another one, I keep forgetting it. I keep thinking it's, I think it operated from Polbrook, but there we go. But there's what the 100th Bomb Group, the very wing that's here, were operating these. Now, when I talk about the nose art, they have the KC-135's nose art that were once on their B-17s onto their KC-135s, and I think that's absolutely amazing. But some of the tactics as well that I've read switched quite a few times for the Luftwaffe. They found the weakness is to attack it from the front, but let me talk about that. In fact, I should have brought my 109 or 190, right? But if you imagine all these guns, if you imagine a formation of, say, 21, multiply the machine guns if you were a 109 about to attack. You've got all these machine guns aimed at you. If these are water jets, you're going to get wet, right? So think of it like that. So what they decided to do, well, the weakness to a bomber is attack it from the front. If you've got this going at 200 miles per hour, and I forgot the maths, by the way, so forgive me. And if you've got a 109 going 200 miles an hour, that's a combined speed of like what, 400 miles per hour. That I worked out on one of my streams that I did. It was something like 200 meters per second. That's crazy speed. So if you are a 109, every second you're getting 200 meters closer, right? That's really not good. And when you do shoot, because they thought this is the weakness, the pilot in the cockpit, that's what they thought. War is not nice, and that is what they were aiming for, straight into the cockpit, you know, take it out. I get it, but one problem for a 109 pilot, once you blow that up, you're still going a combined speed of 400 miles per hour. Once you shoot it, think of the blast. Debris can hit your own 109, right? So what they did, they actually adjusted the machine guns to fire at the cannon to fire at I think they adjusted it to fire at 400 meters, so they had a few more seconds to spare so they can pull up, and that was the way they tried to break through the bomber streams of the B-17. So much loss, ladies, gents, anywhere, so much loss. And yeah, so I did the Christmas stream. I went into a lot of depth about that, how they did it. The other thing as well, a few tactics from Commander LeMay. When they were going into bombing, they thought about the sun as well. They learned a lot. Some of the bombers, you know, the Mighty 8th were renowned for their quote, "We can put a bomb in a pickle barrel." That's how accurate they were. However, you got flak to worry about as well. Flak, anti-aircraft fire. And what they were doing when they were getting closer to the target and getting all this anti-aircraft fire, some of the aircraft were obviously doing defensive maneuvers. But what are you doing here? Yes, you're evading, but you're staying longer in your enemy's sight. You're staying longer on the path. It's quicker just to go in a straight line, right? I know it's risky, but the target to bomb was becoming inaccurate because of the defensive maneuvers. So they ended up just literally playing roulette and just going in a straight line. The other thing they thought about, to make sure the sun was behind them so that the enemy was pointing at the sun. So they would even think about the way they would enter as well. And also the moon, which I've spoken about many times. It's you know, all these things that people think about to make it more effective, to technically take each other down. It's crazy, but that's the way it is. And you know, so much loss, ladies, gents, teddy bears, so much loss in you know, from both sides. But there we go. On the 25th of June 1943, the 100th Bomb Group, sorry, let me go back a bit. In 1943, a lot of the airmen started to set sail on the Queen Elizabeth, and they set sail heading for Poddington, and eventually they got to RAF Fort Babbotts, and it was on the 25th of June 1943 that the 100th flew its first mission. So literally a month later, flew its first mission bombing the U-boat yards at Bremen, and this was the beginning of the 100th legacy. And the group focused its bombing attacks against German airfields, industrial plants, naval facilities. They battered everything in France, Germany, Poland, Netherlands, Norway, Romania, and the Ukraine. And the group inherited the Bloody 100th nickname from other bomb groups due to the severe losses it suffered on any single mission. The worst one, the Munster raid. Now that was a raid on the 10th of October 1943, and the 100th Bomb Group were chosen for this mission. I think 2 other bomb groups as well went with them. 5 aborted of the 18, but 12 of the 13 aircraft that reached Munster were shot down, and the only surviving one was a Royal Flush, and it reached Munster, serial 426087, commanded by Robert Rosenthal, and it returned to base seriously damaged with several crewmen wounded, and only 4 of the original 38 co-pilots assigned to the group completed their assigned 25 mission tour. So, wow. So, with 2 distinguished unit citations for the Regensburg and the raids on Berlin as well. Eventually, the last combat mission for the 100th was on the 20th of April 1945. They did fly a last mission. They dropped food to the people of in the western Netherlands, and in June transported French Allied former prisoners from Austria to France. The group returned to the US in 1945 in December and inactivated at Camp Kilmer. So the 100th had a legacy, and like I said, the Square D still lives on today, and they are the only group to fly that beautiful World War II marking today. And they fly operationally. It's not like, so you may see other bomb groups or bomb wings, shall we say, around you know, in the US Air Force wings, whether they're refueling wings or expeditionary wings. That letter, the geometric shape and letter, will stay with them. It's just Mildenhall's 100th are flying it due to the fact that they're only 30 miles away from their original station that they once served at. So there was a bit of a change for the 100th, and they were established as a wing on the 23rd of March 1953, but the wing didn't actually activate until the 1st of January 1956. So they got wing status, just like Lakenheath's 48th fighter wing. They got wing status in 52, even though they were activated in 41. You see, you've got a division, well, you've got an Air Force, a division, then a wing, and then a group, and then you've got your squadrons underneath that. All right, I hope that makes sense. They were flying aircraft such as the B-47 Stratojet, which is an absolutely awesome aircraft. So they also, one of the squadrons were at Brize Norton flying the B-47 Stratojet. I'll have to get one of them, you know. I really want to get a Stratojet, just so I can show you. Let me just put my B-17 down. Let's have a little look at the CV-22, see what's going on. But yeah, they came back to the UK and on a rolling deployment at I think they were at Fairford as well, and Brize Norton for a little bit, and eventually they became the 100th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, and the headquarters of the Strategic Air Command received authority from the headquarters of the US Air Force to discontinue its major command controlled wings that were equipped with the combat aircraft to activate Air Force controlled units, and most of which were inactive at the time, which could carry a lineage and history. Now on the 11th of February 1966, the 100th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing assumed the mission equipped with personnel from the 4080th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, and they were basically operating the Lockheed U-2. The 349th Strategic Reconnaissance Squadron took over the Lockheed U-2 aircraft for the 4028th SRS, and the 350th Strategic Reconnaissance Squadron took over the Ryan BQM-34 Firebee reconnaissance drones and Lockheed DC-130 launch aircraft of the 4025th SRS. So there's a lot going on at the time and lots of changes. And the reactivation of the 100th SRW, that Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, they performed strategic reconnaissance with the U-2 and drone aircraft. So that's quite a heritage, and again, more to have for the 100th. And eventually, of course, they ended up here, back here at RAF Mildenhall, and because it's quite close, reasonably close, like I said, to, you know, their original base, Fort Abbots, they were given that honour to fly, and they came here as the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, and that was on the 1st of February 1992. So this is why the 352nd aircraft, the CV-22 Osprey and the Mc-130J, they don't have the Square D, because they are their own wing and lineage and history. The Square D derives from the 100th Bomb Group, which is the 100th Air Refueling Wing today. How amazing, and what a very different role to what they once served. But what's amazing is that the legacy still lives on today. I think that's, you know, that's remarkable. And the same again with Offutt off at Air Force Base's 95th. There you go, you got the OF there on one of their RC-135s. There we go. As far as movement in a short space of time, this not looking likely for the CV-22 Ospreys for our show today. Will probably be done by then. And but there we go, we got a very rare 4-ship of KC-135s departing today, which was absolutely remarkable. Jason, how you doing? Hope you're good. Dr. Soda, JKH2000, Gary Inge, Mark Dudley, Perez, Mattman Bush, hope you're good, man. How you doing, Perry? I hope we're all well. Argan, Alabama, Al. Hope we're all good, lady. Chat to Teddy Bears. So the AWC are just doing a few more checks. Got a few more F-15s just in the circuit to chilled out vibes. Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, who's doing well on their bingo? Has anyone got bingo yet? Let's have a look. I wonder if anyone's close to a line. Or I'm sure we're going to get a full house today, but you just never know. Richard, take care. Have a good day. See ya. Gary Inch, Alex Blackcap. Oi oi to you, Captain A. Oi oi. Thanks a lot, Captain A. Can we get 1,000 likes? We're very close, aren't we? There's over 1,000 watching, so that'll be quite nice. Actually, a nice cup of tea as well. Will go down nicely. Just a quick one, just to recap what we've got. So, one KC-135 over there. We've got a KC-295 and a KC-146. Egg. Nice. That's on the menu, but whether it's cooking, we'll find out later on. Right, cup of tea time, let's ride. That was amazing, actually. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Not 4, anyway.
No.
Hello.
Hiya.
Yeah, not 4. I've got no food. Yeah, I've gone. No food, Darcy.
Oh yeah, she thinks of belly this one.
Yeah, that was good. 4 of them. That was very good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen 3. I thought that was good, but 4.
It's nice down here though, isn't it?
Oh, it's chilled, isn't it?
Yeah,
Just
it's,
nice
it's a gentle day.
Just a gentle, chilled out day. If you just want to just.
We come down quite a bit because we've got the motorhome. We can't
Yeah.
go John's and
Yeah.
just chill out. We'll go to Lakenheath tomorrow.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you there. Yeah, you gradually bring it in. You
Yeah.
know, to
Yeah, we'll go here today.
Yeah.
Lakenheath tomorrow. Wednesday we'll meet you. Thursday. Doesn't sound that big.
Yeah.
No, I can sit here all day. Because it's not just the planes, I like all the American vehicles as
Oh,
well.
they're the best here.
Yeah.
They are. I think that they're the winners of the best vehicles that
especially
go round.
If they get the fire engines out.
Oh
I
yeah.
like to see the American fire engines.
Yeah, they're nice as well.
Yeah. I think they should let us go and sit in their tower when the planes are flying.
Yeah.
I've been in ours, but I think they ought to let me in there.
Why not?
I love the Osprey.
Yes.
I can never
Yeah,
wait
we actually
for
had
them
one over Coningsby last Thursday afternoon.
Oh, nice.
It's a long time since I've come before.
Yeah. That I haven't seen an Osprey. I haven't seen an Osprey at Coningsby ever before. But...
They used to come over the house every night, but
Oh yes.
after the 2 went down, we haven't seen hide and hair of them for months.
I love the sound.
Yes.
They're really
For a start, you think helicopter, and then you think, no, that's not the helicopter. Quick, where is it?
Yeah, they got such a lovely sound. I love.
Maybe.
They look so futuristic as well.
Yes.
Transformers, literally.
Yeah. Have you been here when they've come in and the props move?
Yes. Yeah.
That fascinates me.
Yeah, it really is to watch it all just.
Oh, the bird truck's going.
Yeah, something's going on.
When we first started coming down here, the truck that used to clear the birds, he actually used to fly a bird of prey.
Oh right.
And he'd go down the runway and the bird would go after him, and it would the passenger window would be open and it would actually land on the open window.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
A bit warmer for you these days up there.
Yeah. It's better now.
Come on, Missy.
Oh.
Wait.
Right. We're all good ladies, gents and teddy bears, just waiting patiently. Nice to get a teddy, oi from one of the airmen from the base. Customs and Traditions of the Royal Air Force. Now that is a book, isn't it? God, it smells so old, it's amazing. Okay, so the AWCU's going for it at the moment, which is good, of course. So I'll give you a little excerpt from the book. Look at this. Look at this book from 1961, wasn't it? Look at this. It smells delicious as well. Look at these. Late arrivals badge. Love all that kind of stuff. And this is from this book here, Customs and Traditions of the Royal Air Force, written by Squadron Leader P.G. Herring. Of course, like with everything military aviation, it's all potluck. Every day is different. So today's Monday will be different to next Monday, to another Monday, so on and so on. No days are the same in military world. Nothing is publicised. We just come and enjoy what they do. They've got their job to do. We just admire the aviation side of things. And if you come to Mildenhall, you can also enjoy the vehicles that they drive. And yeah, they win the, if there is such an award, the best cars of a base award. How's that? And maybe I'll have to get one. You know how it is. Wicked, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, that's the way it is. So hope all is good. So we've had a full ship of KC-135s depart. We've had what else we've had? We've had the C-146 Wolfhound, the Mc-130J Commando 2 depart. Just trying to think if was there anything else? No, that was it, wasn't it? That is it. And then the Wolfhound did a touch and go, didn't it? That's right. Went round, the C-146 did a touch and go, and away it is. Well, while we wait, I might talk about the legendary B-17 Flying Fortress while we wait. I think, here we go, look at this beautiful. Imagine that, Holbrook, Grafton, Underwood, Fort Abbots, Glatton, you know, all these stations, and these are just a few. You know, Kimbolton, whole skies. I mean, that's just B-17, you know, stations, yet alone our Lancaster ones from, you know, nearby. I'm just talking about a small vicinity around my area from, I don't know, say, you know, we got, you would have had them from here, you would have had them from Waddington, War Boys, you know, just so much, absolutely, you know, and you got Upward. So many bases of bomber that the skies would have been rumbling and shaking. But included with, let's say, including the prototypes such as the YB-17 and the very first production model 299 and the other YB-17A models and the YB-17 and the earlier BCDs, there was a total of around 12,731 of B-17 ever made, and they were built at the Boeing Plant 2 in Seattle, Washington, BO, Lockheed, Vega, Burbank, California, and Douglas Aircraft, Long Beach, and California. So those that's where they were built, and the aircraft went through a lot of alterations in each design stages of the variants, like we mentioned, of the 13 YB-17s ordered for service testing. 12 were used by the 2nd Bomb Group at Langleyfield, Virginia, to develop heavy bombing techniques. So underwent a lot, and the beautiful supercharged engines of the later, more produced models were of great importance and valor, and, you know, very much respected by the crew. It's actually quite heavy. It was had a crew of 10. Of course, you've got your pilot, co-pilot, nav, bombardier, nose gunner, the flight engineer, top turret gunner, radio op, waist gunners ×2, a ball turret gunner. Wow, what a life under there, remaining in a fetal position for the whole thing. Well, almost the whole thing, because of course you can't be in there on takeoff. They would have get in, and to get out, well, that's another story. But there we go. Wingspan 103.9, so just a little bit wider than the Lancaster and the Wellington and the Lancaster and the what's I thinking of? What am I thinking of? The Sterling, that's it. But the B-17Gs and Fs had the Wright R-1820 97, the Cyclone turbo supercharged radio engines, punched out about 12,000 horsepower. This can get to service ceiling at sort of 40,000 feet. It could do it, and it could also reach speeds of 300 miles per hour as well, with a cruising speed of 182, range 2,000 miles. With the armament, 13 of the 12.7mm, the 50 cal M2 Browning machine guns. They had them in 9 positions in these. Absolutely amazing. But not only that, it's bombs for a short range could have like up to about 8,000 pounds, but for a max internal full mission, it's 17,600 pounds of bombs. Because bombs you can, you know, reconfigure, you know, depending on your mission. We've got long range missions, and max internal load at 17,600 pounds. That's 7,800 kilos for those interested in the Boeing Flying Fortress. Given its name, as the story goes, a reporter had a look at it and said, wow, because he admired all the gun positions, and said, that's looks like a flying fortress. I believe that is the true story. But you know, a beautiful 4-engine American heavy bomber developed in the 30s for the US Army Air Corps, and it is a fast, high-flying bomber. The B-17 dropped more bombs than any aircraft during World War II, and primarily used in the European theatre of operations, and it is the third most produced bomber of all time, behind the American four-engine consolidated B-24 Liberator and the German multi-role twin-engine Junkers Ju-88. B-17 was also employed in transport and anti-submarine warfare search and rescue roles. Coastal Command also had these as well in their designated as the Boeing Fortress. So yeah, lovely aircraft introduced in the 30s, 1938. First flight 28th of July 1935. Now the Boeing's prototype model 299 or XB-17, of course, as we mentioned, with even more modern aircraft on head-to-head, of course they go into almost like a competition, see which one's better. But the XB-17 or model 299 outperformed the other two entries, and it's all literally to do with contracts as well. And they were introduced into service in 1938. The B-17 kind of evolved through numerous design advances. I mean, if you look at some of the earlier ones, the stabilizer looked really different, the top looked a bit different. I don't think it even had the front sort of bombing aid at the front there, that dome at the front. I don't even think they had it on the very first ones. But the B-17 saw early action as well in the Pacific War, conducted air raids against Japanese shipping airfields as well. But it had that reputation to get crew back safely. It could take some serious damage. At August the 8th, 1934, it was a proposal for a multi-engine bomber to replace the Martin B-10 bomber, and the Air Corps was looking for a bomber capable of reinforcing the air forces in Hawaii, Panama and Alaska. And the requirements were to carry a substantial bomb load, or a useful bomb load, altitudes operating from 10,000 feet for 10 hours with a top speed at least 200 miles per hour. That was kind of like the proposal, but of course eventually evolved into this. Now the prototype B-17 was designated as model 299, and it was designed by a team of engineers led by E. Gifford Emery and Edward Curtis Wells, and was built at Boeing's own expense, and it combined features of the company's experimental XB-15 bomber and 247 transport. Now the armament at that time consisted of 5 30 cal 7.62 machine guns with a payload of up to 4,800 pounds, so just a little bit more than the Wellington at the time, and bombs of 2 racks and a bomb bay behind the cockpit. And what's different about the B-17, the Lancaster's positioning of the bomb, the way the bomb bay in the B-17, they're stacked up vertically, whereas the Lancaster, in fact most of the RAF bombers had them going along, stacking them up, shall we say, horizontally, not vertically, if that makes sense. But that's why the bomb bay looked small, but they were more efficiently stacked up just behind the cockpit. Very interesting in design. And the earlier models, like I said, even with the Lancaster, well, if you look at it one way, it started life out as the very unsuccessful, really badly renowned Avro Manchester. But there we go, the first flight of the Model 299 was on the 28th of July 1935 with the Boeing Chief Test Pilot Leslie Tower at the controls. Day before, Richard Williams, the reporter for the Seattle Times, and this is where it comes from, said, of course, a flying fortress, when he observed the amount of machine guns and machine guns sticking out from the aircraft. But it was a 15-ton flying fortress. Now, Boeing was quick to see value of the name, and they literally got the trademark for it. So I believe that is actually correct. Now, on the 20th of August 1935, the prototype flew from Seattle to Wright Field in 9 hours and 3 minutes with an average ground speed of 252 miles per hour. There was a fly-off. The 4-engine Boeing's performance was superior to those of the twin-engine DB-1 and Model 146. Again, they go into competition, see which one gets the contract. That's the way it always has been. So, by the time we got to October 1935, test flight determining the rate of climb, and the service ceiling was planned. So the command pilot was Major Ployer Peter Hill, Wright Field Material Division Chief of the Flying Branch. His flight in the Model 299. So that's what it was called, Model 299. So Look at that. I mean, it's just a beaut, isn't it? I'll show you some of the markings as well. We have a look more into the history of this wonderful aircraft associated with the Brotherhood of the United States Army Air Corps and the Air Forces of the mighty 8th. So unfortunately, in its test as well, it did actually crash, but despite the crash, the US Army Air Corps, they've been impressed with this. So they basically impressed with the performance, and on the 17th of January 1936, for a legal loophole, the Air Corps ordered 13 YB-17s, and the YB-17 incorporated a number of significant changes of the Model 299, including the more powerful, beautiful R1820 turbo supercharged Cyclone engines. Although the factory prototype was company owned and never received a military serial, the B-17 designation itself did not appear officially until January 1936. Now that's nearly 3 months after the prototype crashed. Now the term XB-17 was retroactively applied to NX-13372's airframe and entered the lexicon to describe the first flying fortress. Now, between 1st of March and 4th of August 1937, 12 of the 13 Y-1 B-17s were delivered to the 2nd Bombardment Group at Langley Field in Virginia for operational development and flight tests. Now, one suggestion adopted was to use the pre-flight checklist to avoid accidents, such as the which sadly happened to the Model 299. In one of their first missions, 3 B-17s directed by lead navigator Lieutenant Curtis LeMay was sent by General Andrews to intercept and photograph the Italian ocean liner wreck 610 miles off the Atlantic coast. Now, the mission was successful and widely publicised. The 13th Y-1 B-17 was delivered to Material Division at Wright Field, Ohio, to be used for flight testing. What a beauty. So lots of developments. Of course, we ended up with the B-17A. There was a lot of differences with the spine of it on the top of the fuselage, the back. This, I think, was bigger. The stabilizer was bigger. And of course, as time went on, it got to change into its design of what we can see here today. So several alterations in each of the design stages came about, and what's that sound like in here? What is that? Hang on. Oh, it's that helicopter from today. Turbocharged Wright R1820 Cyclone 9 engines were upgraded to increasingly more powerful versions of the same power plant through its production, and similarly the number of machine gun emplacement locations were increased to 13 as we went on. So you got the Sperry electrical powered manned dorsal gun turret just behind the cockpit was added. Lots of different changes. So the B-17E was an extensive revision of the Model 299. So they added a 10-panel nose glazing, the Bombardier's frame 10-panel nose glazing, so they added that. The electrical powered Sperry manned dorsal gun turret just behind the cockpit was added. Similarly powered, also built by Sperry, manned ventral ball turret underneath, which was... And it was, well, I'll let you kind of get the gist of how brave you need to be into that as well. Engines improved as well with the supercharger. B-17F variant was a primary version used by the 8th Air Force to face the Germans in 43, and it was the standardised manned Sperry bull turret for ventral defence, also replacing the earlier 10-panel frame bombardier's nose glazing from the B subtype with enlarged, nearly frameless plexiglass that you can see there at the front of the bombardier's nose enclosure for improved forward vision. There were 2 experimental versions of the B-17 were flown under different designations, the XB-38 Flying Fortress and the YB-40 Flying Fortress. The XB-38 was an engine testbed for Allison V-1710 liquid-cooled engines should the Wright engines which is normally used on the B-17, became more became available. So lots of different things, even till right to the end. But by the time the definitive B-17G appeared, the number of guns had increased from 7 to 13, and the designs of the gun stations were finalised and the other adjustments were completed. So lots of things going on here with that. Of course, lots of operational history with the B-17s, of course. So the B-17 began operations in World War II with the Royal Air Force first. Now the Royal Air Force called it a Boeing Fortress. They had a Boeing Fortress 1 and 2. So the RAF entered the war without a sufficient supply of modern heavy bombers, with the largest available long-run medium bomber in the form of the Vickers Wellington, which could carry 4,500 pounds, while the short Stirling and Handley Page Halifax became its primary bombers by 1941. But of course, it was time for something bigger and better. 90 Squadron also had the B-17s, 214, also Coastal Command as well. Oh, amazing, isn't it? History of the B-17 in a bite-sized form, as this could do with its own video, really. Amazing, isn't it? And this is what the 100th bomb group, which is now the 100th Air Refueling Wing, used. Right, let's see what's going on. What have we got here now? So cover's still on the CV-22s. Oh look, we got any incoming. Okay, nothing just yet. Christopher Carr, how you doing? Christopher Neal, Johnny B, oi oi, Gary Inch, Rob K, oi oi. Let's have a little look what we got a bit now. At least Lakenheath's making some noise.
3 Heavy, Bingo ground spot. We're another 3 Heavy, engine start for Brize taxi.
How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Kevin Jackson, oi oi. Margot, Christopher Carr, oi oi. Davey, Paul Mayers, Clinton, S. Lurvy, how you doing? It's a really nice memorial to the 351st. Holbrook, check it out. We've been there, we've got a little video, photos. We might do a lost airfield at one point there. It's not too far away. I'm all good, Christopher Carr, thank you very much. G Van Pullion, oi oi. Yeah, I can't even spell station. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I can't even spell state. I can't even speak. I'll just push back those dentures, innit? No worries. We'll leave it at that. I'll leave it. I can't even type. Jake, how you doing with the carrots? How you going? Hope you're good. Alex Blackcap, G Van Pulliam. All is good. And if you like Air Force history, you can check out our Lost Airfields. If you go on our YouTube channel, click playlists and find Lost Airfields. Of course, we do this day in, day out, our live streaming and focusing on the present, but we never forget our past. So the Tedconic Speed channel, when we can, if we can, we will do Lost Airfields, which is a series of episodes of Lost Airfields. The airfields were once were. And we'll talk about who were there, what was there, and what missions, and any special notes and remarks that we can find. And yeah, enjoy it. I think our last one was RAF Upward, wasn't it? The one before Grafton Underwood. I really enjoyed Grafton Underwood. That really gripped me. They all do, but that one really gripped me a little bit. I don't know why. Some do, some don't. Do you know when you got an affinity and a connection with something and you don't know why, but you just go with it? That's how I felt with Grafton Underwood. So at some point, not too long, should have a departure. I know there's a, we've got a KC-135 started up, so I don't know how long that will take for it to taxi and depart, but we should have another departure in maybe, what, 20 minutes or so? Is that how long it takes from startup, I guess? About that. Oh, time for a cup of tea. out here. We've got a flashy going on. Now, not sure if it's just a ground run or anything, but let's have a look what's going to happen here now. To the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall. So we're at the Nook campsite and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And guess what? It's just £2 per person, and that, my friends, is an absolute bargain. So sometimes I'll leave a fiver because if I've got one, just like that. If I've got a whole £5, no worries, because it's worth it. It really is for this all day. There are toilets. Just check that they're open, the toilets, by the way. I know during the cold times of year, the frosty times, the toilets are closed because of the possibility of freezing pipes. So just check the signage when you come in. There are times sometimes of when the gates close, but it is a campsite. You can check it out, the Nook campsite in Mildenhall, and have a look. I can see caravans and tents and things like that, pictures, so check it out. John's Field, this is known as, but it's in the campsite, and I do get asked if you have to stay with the campsite to be able to come here. The answer is no, you can come here as just to watch the planes, but like I said, it's £2 per person, by the way, not per vehicle, per person. So yeah, check it out. Again, same housekeeping rules, ladies, gents and teddy bears. So no climbing the fence, resting the ladders on the fence, take your litter home, don't cut the fence or damage the fence in any way, that kind of thing. It's the same rules apply. There is, as you will have seen, there's like a trailer just to the right of the screens where you can stand on just to get a bit more of an elevated view. And yeah, just park sensibly, and just massive field. It's a huge field, and it's great. Whether they're using runway 10 or 28, you'll have some fun here. Daniel, how you doing? Andrew the Rock 8, oi oi, Daniel Walker, Graham Dicker, Righty, Alex Blackcat, Michael Woodring, Stuart G, Alex Raven, Margot Baxter, Davey, Andrew the Rock 8, there's loads to be on here. Locks, Paul Bears, Davey, thanks for all the updates. Another Subaru just going past, Subaru Impreza. He has some great cars here though. I don't know. Brad MSN Aviation, who's at the bus. Let me have a little look. You're at the bus. Obviously, you can't get on the bus bit. I know where you are. Yeah, it's been closed off now. You can't actually go into that field. I know what's happening actually. So I think they're turning it into a campsite or something like that. Maybe, I'm not really sure. Reserving the field. So you can, I don't know. It looks like you can put about 5 cars in there. There's like a little enclosure bit, but you can't go up to the bus anymore. Well, at the moment, I'm not sure what's happening with that. Oh yeah, just a quick one. Actually, just looking over. When you are in the field, just stay on the grass area. Don't go into the field. So as you approach it, don't go to the left. That's farmer's land. Do not go onto there, please, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. You'll be very quickly removed. So all eyes on this at the moment.
That area on spot 72.
So I've got an engine run on this one. Here we go. Okay, here comes the start up of the Osprey. Lovely to see your pics of the bingo. You'll have to send them in on our Discord or post them on our Facebook page that I've just put a post about. That'd be quite fun if you did that. Let us know how you're getting on with the bingo. Downloading our Brize Bingo cards are free. There's 6 for Mildenhall and 6 for Brize Norton. Sort of mixed up a little bit. Rules are really easy, and like I said, it's free to download and enjoy for a bit of fun. Rules are easy. The aircraft have to be flying, and if it's on the screen, it counts as seen. like that, it turns and taxis back. Amazing. Wow. reverse parking made easy. Look at this. There is a gentleman who works on base. He's in his 70s, late 70s I believe, and his only job is specialising in the blades, the props on the MC-130. That's all he does, and he examines them, inspects, looks for any tiny flaws in the propellers, tiniest of flaws, and that is his sole job, to maintain the propellers. And I think that's so cool, and he's been doing that for years apparently, and that is his specialised area, the propellers on the C-130. How cool is that? It was really interesting to go on base and learn about the man who looks after and maintains and inspects the C-130 propellers. And if I remember correctly, what he's looking for is any damage, addressing issues like leading edge corrosion, because don't forget they're angled to generate that that airflow, that pressure as well, that high and low pressure to keep them turning nicely and potentially replacing older propellers prone to cracking. So regular inspection and damage detection as well. He carries out daily inspections as well, and he basically checks out the blades and looks for any obvious damage, any scratches, gouges, any burns as well, corrosion, and he's so specialised he deals with the close-up examination as well, and leading edge corrosion that can be done, and blade damage as well. So it's really amazing to learn about this one person that deals with examining every single prop. And when I was driving, well, I wasn't driving, but when I was being driven around the base, I noticed this massive propeller, like huge props outside. It's like, yeah, we just got that delivered and the man's just going to check it out, because even when they're delivered they need to be inspected, and each part in LRS is color coded as well. They mean certain things as well, and each color code means different things and represents something from the 100 LRS in all aspects of logistics readiness squadrons. They will have a special color coded system, whether they're DFIMs, due for maintenance. You know, it's due in for maintenance, DIFMs, and serviceable, products that are condemned, products that are brand spanking new, products that have been refurbished, products that have just been serviced. There's all these different colours and they mean different things. It was really fascinating, a lot to take in, a lot to learn, and you know, we don't think about that. When they need parts, they get ordered, but they need them yesterday, and that's what the QA is all about. We got what you need. Amazing. By August it's going to be pretty jelly-like. It will be it'll be pretty cool. Oi, how you doing? All right?
Good. Got a little something for you.
For me?
Yeah,
Oh, nice. One sec. Let me come down. 1 second. I'll come around this way. I'll just get there. 1 sec. Bring that down anyway. Right, yeah, how you doing? All right?
How are you?
Yeah, good. How's it going? Okay? You all right? Oh, lovely. How you doing? All right? You got something for me? Oh, nice one. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll have them in a bit. Yeah, it's been good. I love that portion. doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. That was nice, very much. Right, Lorraine and Nomadic, how you doing? Meth, Bonsai, in Cornwall, Pernau, Bonsai Project Pernau, how you doing? Meth, Margot, Alex, Clinton. How we doing? Clinton, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely. The way the Air Force designed exactly the same concept. Even in compressor blades on the compressor of an engine. Again, it's the same thing, isn't it? Absolutely right. Spot on. David Brown, oi to you. Christopher Carr, Alex, Righty, Davey, all the regulars. How we all doing? Thanks for tuning in. Chris Bloxham, how you doing? G Van Pulliam, what up? Mark Moody, Gary Inge. Lovely CV-22 Osprey doing its ground run. Lovely, giving us a bit of flex. Oi Steve, Oliver. Mark Moody, yeah, it's on, flexing. It's engine run, ground run, flexing. That's what I'm going to call it. That's the new vocab. It's a new one to add to the TCS vocab. You know it is. The flexing is over. I like that one. That one's a good one. Flexing. And what is impressive? Okay, so the rotor diameter. First of all, this is powered by two of the Rolls-Royce T406 AD400 turboprop, turbo shaft engines. Now they produce 6,150 horsepower, right? And the rotor diameter, they're 2 by 38 feet. That's 12 meters. When you consider that, okay, so 12 meters. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? But when you compare that to the Chinook, then you've got to really give it to the Chinook, right? These are huge, they look huge, but the Chinook is 18.29 meters, so that's 6 meters more on the Chinook. So that's 60 feet if you do feet, compared to 38 feet on this. So 68 feet, 60 feet on the Chinook, that's 18.29, or these at 38 feet, that's 12 meters. It actually gives you an idea of how big the Chinook blades are. It's quite impressive. So that's the flexing complete. What else we got? Right, all the covers are on this one. So we've got a Casa 295 of the Spanish Air Force over there. Not sure why, but I don't know, just fancy some KFC for some reason. I'm not really sure why. Also got the KC-146 Pegasus. Some funky noises going on over there. Look at this. That's a brilliant cars here. Michelle Rassico, oi oi everyone, hope you're all doing great. Big hello from Montreal, Canada, and congrats to Team Scotland for winning the curling world yesterday, held at Saskatchewan. Cool. see. surprise for you now. Right, so There we go. And the KC-135 is just taxiing now for departure. Now we've got something probably pretty cool. I hope it comes out well. So the pilot has requested a high-speed, low-altitude departure. So have fun with that. Be fun. And if it's the same pilot, I might have to wait for the pilot to come back. Oh, it's all the way down there, is it? Oh, yeah. There you are. Oh, the Square D, ladies, gents and teddy bears. The Square D. The legendary Square D. Now, because it's quite loud and I don't often get a chance to talk to you about it very much without having both on the screen, because I need the KC-135. But as you approach the gate of Lakenheath, you'll see what looks like an RAF badge. As you look at the top of the tail above the Square D, there is what looks like a Royal Air Force Station badge. Correct. Now, these badges are the same, right? Lakenheath and the one on Mildenhall Gate and the KC-135. So why is this? Well, these are actually known as close copy, CC badges. And this is where the unit adopts a blazon and a motto of another unit. Now, the only change being the name in the outer circle. Now, this tends to be mainly with stations, although some of the other units also use this option as well. Now, the badge that we're going to show you on the tail of the KC-135 is the same as the main gate at RAF Lakenheath as well, and on the gate here at RAF Mildenhall, but it's also the same as RAF Alconbury, Chessington, Greenham Common, Hythe, Kirk Newton, Lakenheath, and of course Mildenhall. Now, this is all because of Support Command, which was awarded in April 1975, the HQ being at RAF Brampton. It is the crown, and inside the crown is a Greek Ionian pillar with a golden eagle sat on top. Like I said, the only difference is the name of the station. So let's have a look at it. So you can see that right now at the 11 o'clock from the Square D, but let's have a look. We'll also get to find out the name of the aircraft as well if you're playing the Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition. And we've got... oh, I like this one. Don't think I've actually got that one on my list, but look at this. There you go, look, see? You'll see that above Lakenheath at the main gate. You'll see that above Mildenhall main gate with, of course, the Square D. Isn't that cool? Oh yeah. And there it is, a CC close copy station badge blazing. All because of Support Command. Not sure what speed this is going to go at, but it's going to be a low altitude, so it's not like a performance takeoff or a tactical takeoff, but it will keep it low for the show. Do you know what? I wish it was at runway 28 now for this. Never mind. We'll get the idea. There's our close copy. Does that say the boss lady? Oh yeah. CFM F404s, 21,600 pounds of thrust each. That's like a Typhoon and 1,500 pounds of thrust extra on top of it, or 1,600 pounds of thrust. right. Yeah, cool. I can do that in a bit after this departure. All right.
I don't know if you saw me on the screen when we were bragging.
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah. Cool. I'll catch you in a bit. Yeah. No problem at all. Sorry, I didn't realise it was out of focus for all that time. Sorry about that. Sorry. There you go. Okay, this is going to be fun, isn't it? Here we go. Low altitude, high speed departure. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, runway 28 would have been better, wouldn't it? Would have really appreciated that. But it has kept low. Yep. It's kept low all right. Look at this. Yeah, it's kept pretty low, isn't it? So keep an eye out for this on the way back. Right, keep an eye out for that for the way back, because if it comes back low, it'll be good for the show. Right, be right back, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed that. That was a lovely departure. Hang on, is it on ADSB? What altitude? What flight level? Oh, yeah, it's pretty low, isn't it? It's still low. It's at 2,000, just approaching 3,000 feet. So flight level 30. That's pretty low, really, considering where it is right now. It is increasing in altitude now, but keep an eye out for that one for its way back. So let's see.
He wanted to go next to the...
Yeah, we'll go to... Yeah. So it'll be alright here like that, wouldn't it? Right, here we go. All good, isn't it? Yeah? Enjoying it? Yeah. Lovely day, isn't it? Oh, is it? Okay, you enjoy.
Really, she sneaked in to just say like, thank you.
Have a good day. See ya. See ya.
How you doing, Ted? You're right. Ted's enjoying it. Ted's had a great time today. He's really enjoyed it. Andrew Porter, thank you very much for the super sticker. Sounds good, that. Cup of tea. And Daniel Walker, thank you very much as well for the super chat. I can't watch, but I wish I could. D, thank you very much for the heart. Thank you. Guards March. A Guards March for Emma Portlock as well. Thank you for the thumbs up super sticker. Guards March. And Carl Portlock is celebrating 20 months of membership. Great show as ever, Nikos, Ted and crew. Thank you very much. Emma Portlock, 19 months, not far behind. Thank you very much for your 19-month service. Guards March, we Stevie Boy, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Oh yeah. And also Tim, thank you, high five. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you very much.
Alright there, sir. How you doing there now, Ted? You alright there now? Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, Guards March there now. What's that? Sorry, sir. My uniform. Hang on. Not right there now. Yeah, it's not right there now. Sorry. Oh, it's just, you know, You're alright there now. Oh, I must get this fixed. I know, but it's the weather, sir. You know, it's Reggie's, isn't it? I know, yeah. I will, 1 second. I think I've had too much chucking. I went to Chuckenham Palace. Is that better? Yeah, that's right. What? I'll start again. Don't want to be on the charge, innit, there now. I want to upset the boss there now, innit? It's alright, these Gurnt planes there, Ted, isn't it, there now? Yeah. Look at these. Oi. That's alright, innit? Yeah, it's all good. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment. My job is to look after everything around the airfield, including our squadron leader, our boss here now. How we do it around there now? Right. Yeah, just I'm going to do a few more perimeter checks and Ted, if that's alright, need a break with the Reggies at KFC, is that alright? Okay, mate. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Shall we do it around there now?
So I'm keeping an eye out on the on any of the arriving potentials. At the moment, we don't have that much, from what I can see anyway. Let's have a look here now.
This is a Spanish Air Force Casa 295. Got a KC-135, not sure where that's from, but US Air Force, and got a KC Pegasus KC-146. And anything else, here comes the AWCU, been really quite active today. They're active anyway, but such a vast airfield. So the plan is then we'll stay for another 45. We'll stay till about 1600. How's that? 1600 local, and see how we get on. What do you reckon, hey? So yeah, we've got more action for you. So tomorrow we're just across the road from here, 5.5 miles away, the backwards crow flies, at RAF Lakenheath. Thursday we're at Coningsby, and Friday we're back at Lakenheath. And then the week after that, well, I'll have a look, see what's going on through Easter, the Easter period. But we'll see what adventures Ted and I are going to have. But don't forget, it is only Monday. Certainly exciting to see that fourth ship of KC-135's depart. That was new, and I think new for a lot of people on the channel. Thanks very much for that. I hope you enjoyed that. That was really, really good. I've only ever seen the free ship of the KC-135s and the Mc-130Js. That was really good. Once upon a time, after the stream had finished and the gates were closing, but I had 5 minutes. I packed up by then, which was good. It was literally record it and go, get the footage and go. I've not seen 4 before, and I think a lot of you here at Mildenhall may have not seen that before, especially here. That was pretty good. What else we had? We had the C-146, had the CV-22 Osprey flexing, and we had the departure first thing in the morning as well. And yeah, we've had what, 5 KC-135s, the C-146, the Mc-130J. Not a bad day, is it really? When you think about it, that's been pretty good. Lovely skylark. Right, cup of tea time, be right back. Oh, is that to scale? Let's have a look at here now. See if that's to scale, it probably is. God, it really is, isn't it? Goodness me, what a giant. Well, I've just had a look at the B-17 and the short Sterling bomber. The length of it is monstrous. How we doing, ladies and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And we've seen some really cool stuff today. Just seeing what else we're going to get on our final few moments of the stream before we pack up for the day. You know what happens usually when I finish up. It usually starts to go all out again, doesn't it? So that's pretty good. We'll see. Expect loads of circuits at the end, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. But I'll have a look now on the ADSB, see if we've got anything in the vicinity. Show me Schomburg, how you doing? Davey, you right, man? Oi to you. Let's have a look, see what we got. Probably not.
Oh, crap.
Thanks a lot, everyone, for getting the TEDs out. Paul Mayers, Melody R, Alan Gates, Gucci Man, Davey, Mark Garwood, John with Schomburg, thank you very much for getting the TEDs out.
No! It's a mistake.
Mark Richards, thank you. Hope we're all good and well. It's the Casa KC-146. Many of you have got that on the bingo, but we'll need that to fly. I had a CV-22 today. I'll tell you what, it's been a while since we haven't seen the CV-22 Osprey. We're usually pretty good with that. See what the neighbours are up to. So that's the trailer that was on about. Pretty cool. Do take care up there though.
Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, how we doing? But we're all good, and well, we've had a good day, haven't we? Really good. Nice little day out for the Ted Coningsby channel. Well, Mildenhall had an awesome one today with that full ship departure of KC-135s. Beautiful that. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? White Wizard, thank you very much. A high five and a guards march to you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that. Thanks everyone for the support. It's been brilliant. How are we all doing? As we just come up to the end of our show now, and I think we're all good. White Wizard, nah man. It was only flexing. I know, it was only flexing. So many of you just discovered a new vocab for the Ted Coningsby channel, flexing. It's a TCS term for an engine run. It makes sense. It's flexing its muscles. You know what I mean? It's flexing. And there we go. You know how it is. So add that to the TCS vocab. So you can now omit and replace the term ground run or engine run with flexing. There we go. Because it is just flexing. You know, it's like it's not going to the gym.
It's not, you know, so it's not flying. It's just flexing. It's like, you know how it is. Something else for the baseball hat. Yeah, you know. You know how it is. Isn't it? Right, ladies, sheds and teddy bears. I think that's that is mission complete. Ted, let's get ready to ride, mate. Let's get it a ride. Keep riding. You know, it is Ted Coningsby channel. I've had a good start to Monday. A nice chilled out at Mildenhall, RAF Mildenhall. It's been a nice chilled out, relaxing stream today. And it usually is, but sometimes you get the unexpected, like that 4-shipper KC-135s, which I really enjoyed. So it's always nice, even for myself, as on a personal note, to see it as well. So really enjoyed that. So thank you very much indeed. So first day of the week, and tomorrow we're just across the road. So ladies, gents and teddy bears, I hope you all enjoyed it. Thanks a lot for tuning in. We'll leave you with our Ted Coningsby members advert. Please consider joining us and supporting this wonderful community. And take care, man. See ya. And come and join us and come and support the channel from as little as $1.99 a month. You can help support the channel in it and keep flexing. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, hope you all enjoyed it. RAF Mildenhall, thank you very much for everything. Thank you. So, and our fans and viewers, thank you as well. So I hope you all enjoyed it. So my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Mildenhall. So, for the first time, but the last time for today, it's see you soon, wish you well. Hit the button, Teddy. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's the dream. Thank you so much.